to another edition of ACB Caribbean Coaches View. This program is about meeting with the coaches in and Antigua, having a discussion with them, and to hear their views in terms of sports in Antigua and what's happening with the particular sports that they are involved with. Before we continue, we'll let you know that our platinum sponsor is ACB Caribbean, Simply Smarter Banking, Pell Electrical and Plumbing Limited. Also there is Seco Pharmacy and Zen Skincare. Those are the people that keep us going. We want you to continue to support them, and they will continue to support us. This afternoon we're going to introduce you to our guest, Karanja Mack, national football player, still plays with the national team, and also he's one of the football coaches at the Wings Sports Club. Good afternoon to you, Karanja.
Good afternoon. I'm glad to be here with you, Mr. William.
Right. First, we want you to tell us, why is it that even though you're still playing with the national team, you see it fit to get into coaching?
Well, with that now, it's like flexibility of the company. You know when and where you can go, or what you can do as a coach, and also make the time. Because we like to sacrifice, not going to that practice coaching there, not going to your practice that you coach, go to practice that you play. Cause for a lot of sacrifice and understanding between you, personally as a player, and the coaches, and the team that you coach.
I can understand, and you will tell us more about you as a coach, you as a player, that you can now appreciate, you know, what the coaches do. Because when you have the little boys and the little girls coaching, obviously you would want them to follow instructions, to do the things, to pay attention, to try and learn what you're trying to tell them. So how does coaching help you as a player?
Well,
That's the thing. That's a good thing now, as being a coach and still playing. Because being a player, you're not really going to understand where the coach to come from. You might think as being a player, you think the coach might be harder than you, but it's the vision of the player, of the coach, that you want to get out, what you need to get out. But as a coach too, you have to be patient, because me being a player and coaching, the players that I coach not be up to speed, so you have to be patient with them. So you can grasp what you want to get out of them. So it calls for a lot of patience and give and take as a player and as a coach. You have to you start see the game a different way.
Very, very, very good. So you're attached to the Wings Sports Club. So what is that like? What is that like working with Wings? We know that they seem to have a very good structure. It seems like they have things organized. When did you join them?
I joined the Wings maybe like over 5 years, going to 8. Well, about that. From since 2000, maybe 14, 15 round there, I started with Wings. It was a contact between a former player, a former SAP player, and also national player, Wackley, Leach, Thomas. At the time I had my license. Well, I was into coaching because Barracuda was finished at the time. So he called me and said, Bob, we're looking to coach now. You have to go and see what I want. Then I made the call. She told me come for like a week or 2 weeks to see what I'm up to, and then she bring me in and say, okay, this is you. That's what I coach along with iJob at the time.
What qualifications in terms of what coaching license do you have?
Right now I possess the D license.
Right.
But I haven't got the chance to do the C and the B. But the C mostly because when they have their license course, that time is kind of sticky for me because school league carrying on, and I'm being with the school, having 2 and 3 teams, so I don't have any time to go and do that.
So what is it like at Wings? How is the setup? We know that they just had the the youth football festival a couple of weeks ago. How is it working with the Wings? Are they on the right track? Do you see them making some headway in the years to come?
Yeah, because as I said earlier, when I've been there, it wasn't like they were competing, but it wasn't winning trophies as that. But as I've been there, they start to improve on the game, start winning trophy, start competing more. So it's a work in progress, and as you say, as future reference, it will be a good club, a good academy.
We know that the female national team isn't doing too well at all, and we know that the male themselves didn't do particularly too well in the last couple of outings and so forth. We have not been making progress in terms of going forward in the World Cup and the CONCACAF Cup. From your perspective as a player and a coach, what is it that we need to do in Antigua? You tell us in your own words, what do you think that we need to do in Antigua if we're going to start seeing better results in terms of football?
With coaches, from a coaching point of view, we need to have more patience with the players. Not just rush them. And when I say patience, right, going down to details, what you want. Just don't have them playing just to win, but help them develop themselves. Because there's a lot of youth in the country that can play at the top levels, but some coaches, maybe by name or whatnot, they bypass them. So, but we need to be patient and to help develop and focus more on the youth coming up to foster the national team.
If you look across Antigua, we do understand that a lot of the clubs and so forth, they probably not as structured as we would like them to be. We know that Wings are structured. Obviously, you believe that you're seeing progress. How important is it? What can be done to get the clubs structured so that we can see more of these youth programs, such as what the Wings are putting on and so on?
Well, the clubs have to be serious, and maybe association too, because at the start of it, back then, they were saying like clubs, top clubs should have a grassroots program. For me, association have to be down with it. Even have a youth league, so then the clubs should be able to participate and bring forth the team to take part in that. You can't just have a club in the Premier Division and then a couple of years you're not seeing the team drop out because you don't have anyone coming up to continue what the club had. So association one, also the president of the clubs should put that in their portfolio. Grassroots must be there, so the continuation of football in Antigua shall go on in a quality way.
You mentioned that you work in the school program as well. Do you believe in Antigua that coaches are taken seriously?
No. Straight up, no. Being in the school league, well, for one, right, you need more coaches in the school. Because me dealing with 3 schools, two in second term, 1 in first term, which in the secondary school in first term, primary in secondary, primary in second term. You need more. You not get a contact time to do what you have to do within the school time. Because after school right now, as the pandemic has gone, and the coaching after school is not there, so you have to go through school during the school hours to try to get across your coaching thing, but it's not enough time, and you need time to develop these younger players. Because as I said earlier, they need patience with them, and they're not going to grasp things as quickly as you think. So you need time in school league, and with the coaches, they have to be like hands-on with it, rather than just go to school, play the game, and then think that way could be when game time come out, competition come out. You have to go into details of what you want, because you can't be coaching on the sideline when you're having a game. That's not the right time to coach. You coach when you have practice. So we as coaches in the school need to put in our work.
So you're saying in the schools that there's an issue with the contact time and so on.
Yeah.
We always think that if we do community youth programs, that the coaches will be able to spend more time with the athletes, because you have them after school once they finish homework and so on. You have them on holidays, you have them on weekends, and this sort of thing. Is that the way that we probably need to look at and leave school sports to compete just for competition's sake?
Yeah, contact time in the community is a plus. Is a plus, because we help with the, as I said, with the school time, because they don't have enough time to the community. Football or community coaching is a plus. I think is the way to go for that.
What about the facilities? Because we look at football, we look at the other sports in and around Antigua, and as a coach, are we happy that what we have to prepare these young athletes on are the way we need them to be? If not, who should be responsible to make sure that these facilities are up to a certain level?
So, some of the fields is not up to par, because you can't practice, like you say, one touch or whatever be on these fields. You have to be focused on the ball. If it come good to you, when you look, you are on your foot, because the fields are not up to par. And I think someone need to take care of the field. I don't know if the ministry, as in the government, to upkeep of the fields, or community development groups or whatnot, but the fields are horrible, right? Not too good for the quality of football that we need to be playing in Antigua.
In terms of going forward, we know that the football in Antigua, it really attracts a lot of interest. It's probably the most watched sports locally in Antigua and Barbuda, the ABFA Premier Division and so forth. Do we need to play more football if we're going to continue to grow, or do we need to play more quality football? Because, for instance, we saw the ABFA promoted some 6 teams to the Premier Division, which will now make it 16. Is that where we need to go, play more football, or should we focus on the quality of the football if we're going to see any sort of growth?
Maybe we can go hands in hands. Okay, you need more football to play and to develop your skill technically and tactically, and also you need you need more time, not more time. You need to
You actually think that if we spend more time developing the football and playing more football, because here is it that we speak about the school, and well, I'm agreeing with you that you don't have enough contact time in the school. There's not enough community programs at that youth level, so you can spend quality times with the children either, developing the football. And then they look at the National Association leagues. Now we have more team in the higher division, the highest division, which is the Premier Division. Now, is it a situation that the coaches should use as much time as possible? The football starts in September. Is it a case where we need to start playing even from April and May to make sure that we have them ready for the start of the local season?
Yeah, you can. When you're doing an exam and you try to study the night before, like you're cramming, and then you go and fail because you're not prepared. So preparation doesn't start like a week away or 2 weeks away. You have to be months away, because for a team to be successful, you have to have gel, you have to have chemistry within your team, you have to have togetherness to go forward. And that all calls for team strength and to have a winning mentality, fight for one another, support one another, encourage one another. So I think months before you need to be prepared to go into a tournament. Try to work on something, focus on something, focus on the strength of your team, even focus on the weakness of your team to cover up all that. So preparation must be months away from the actual tournament or competition.
We know that the Football Association is getting ready. Couple of weeks from now, they will go into their general elections, looking for a new executive. From where you are, let us look at the last 9 years. Are we happy with with where we came from and where we are in football? Just look at where we were 9 years ago, and look at where we are currently today. Are you satisfied with the growth, with the progress that we've made?
Progress. The progress was, as you said, 9 years ago, and it being on a downfall, like maybe a slow downfall, but it was heading down. Because from the last time, it was up on the FIFA chart, or 80 something, and now where we are, down there. We're fighting with Group B, playing against Barbados. We should be up, playing, always trying to go into the Gold Cup. I've been playing for the Gold Cup for a couple of years, and we just miss it by one. And then we just go back over doing the same thing again. We're not trying to improve on nothing. So the growth of football in Antigua, it might be a spark now with the kids coming through, because there's a lot of kids coming through, and which we need youth, but it can take a time. The transition from that, then it's too slow. I would say too slow.
What about some of the things that you would like to see in terms of that? You spoke about that the national team, they're heading downwards. They were moving along nicely 9 years ago, but now we're actually seeing like we're slipping. What are some of the things that we need to do? What are some of the things that needed to be implemented by the authorities to stop the slide and to maybe level us off before we start making that climb upwards again? What is missing in terms of us being a force to be reckoned with?
Straight up, organizing. We're not organized. We're not organized nationally. You always be like slow preparation, even with the teams and whatnot. You always come into some kind of hiccups. So organizing is a big part of this going forward. So that would be my main point: being organized on the national level to compete and whatever.
How are we gonna get it done? How are we going to get that done? Do we first look at clubs? Because you mentioned in terms of the organizing of clubs, do we pay that serious attention first to get the clubs organized, and then hopefully they will pressure the association, or do we get the association organized, who in turn gets the clubs organized? Which is the best way to approach that?
Best way to approach that, I would say, you ever deal with yourself before you can really, you ever get yourself organized before somebody can come and organize you. So I think the clubs need to start doing that for themselves, like get proper preparation, make sure you have your grassroots, you have your staff there, whatnot, and then it will be like contagious, and then every club you come to that, and then the association now we maybe have less job to do with organizing the clubs and all that.
If we just go back, just a couple. Obviously, there was a pandemic. Talk to us about what did Karanja Mac do to keep himself, sane, and everybody like they were going off their minds. What did you do during that period, that 18 months or so, to stay active, to stay focused? What did you do to make sure that your part as a football coach and as a footballer stays alive?
Well, to me, honestly, it might sound away, but the pandemic have done me a great, I would say, great job. Mostly as my physical fitness, I get to rest a lot, honestly. Because previous years I was just been playing football, coaching, so it was stressing on my body, mentally and physically. So the pandemic kind of slowed down things, let me recuperate, rest up, and go again. So pandemic is a plus for me. It might be for some that always been out there, but I like to be home, chilling, resting. Because rest as an athlete is very essential, and it can carry you along. It can give you more years into the sports that you play and you love. So I use that for rest, study the game, because I'll be reading. Because as a coach, you have to be reading, understanding what certain things do and what not to do and how to go about things.
In terms of that, the pandemic is over, and I'm sure that you are upbeat and you're really looking forward. Where would you like to be as a coach at the end of the year? At the end of December, if someone was supposed to come and say, Karanja, where are you? You would have an answer for them. But I'm asking you this question now. Where would you like to be at the end of the football season in terms of what would you like to achieve? What would you like to complete, to put in place?
Honestly, I would like to excel more in my my license courses. I need to up the license, but I don't know when that will take place. But at the end of the season, as a coach, and also like to see the players that I coach transition into the national setup. As I think right now I have an under 15 player, Jaden Brown. He went on tryouts yesterday and today, I think, and they were pleased with him and how he performed, and they call him back again for the next one. So I need to see more players that I coach into those things, get into those things.
That is a good start. Looking out there for the young people.
Yes.
And what about the female football? Do we need someone to pay special attention to it? Because we know they had a technical director here. Is it Lisa Cole? And she resigned. Was she onto something, or do we need someone that focuses on female football so that we can start to see some growth in that particular sport?
Honestly, I haven't met Lisa Cole since the time she been here. Never really conversed with her or nothing. So I can't really say how much about her. But from my point of view as a coach watching, there's not a lot of work need to be done with the female teams. Not just go and just play or call up a squad and just go play. You need to be prepared properly, because man and woman are different. Like the body build up. So some ladies might gain weight, but they are fit to play well. They have the passion to play, but it's like they need to focus more on that, as in the physical aspect, so they can continue or have a team going forward.
We're going to switch them a little bit. We want you to tell us, Karanja. Tell us about some of your memorable moments representing Antigua. Some of the times when you believe you have done well and you approach those moments and you don't want to forget them. Tell us about some of those moments.
Some of those moments are, it's so much, right? And it's so much to bring back, because it's going to cluster me up. So my one memorable moment was playing against United States, being there in the stadium. The atmosphere, it was so electric. It's not like I've been playing in some crowds with Barracudas, but at the national level, you never feel that energy representing your country and the kind of passion that the crowd give. So that would be my most memorable one. I have many more, but I don't think it's not a good taste to say however it be, because it's kind of hiccups and all that. But we make the best of it every time on the road.
Right, and what about moments that you didn't enjoy so much?
And moments I don't enjoy so much are Sometimes I'm locked up in my room and just ball. Straight up, just ball. Because sometimes, like me, being the one that maybe cause this or cause that, which I don't think. But some other times, I can't say anything. I just lock up, shut up, and just keep to myself.
The national team, the male national team that you are part of, we see that, like, if their preparation started again, what are they preparing for?
I think it's the Nation League, but at this moment, I haven't been selected, and I don't know why. So I don't understand why, but they are preparing for the the Nation League, which starts in June this year.
Is there something called the Nation League, and then you still have the CONCACAF tournaments? What is the difference? I think they have
I think it's the CONCACAF Nation League, I think.
Okay, so they're one of the same.
Yes.
The CONCACAF Nation League, where you play on a home and away
basis, yeah.
Right.
You remember it used to be like, did we still say Digital Cup?
Right.
But now it's Nation League.
Okay. When we look at the results in terms of the girls, we saw teams score up to 22 goals and teams scoring nil and so forth. Antigua was defeated, I think, yesterday 5-1 and all of that. When you go out and you play and you don't do very well, you normally come back and reflect. What is it that the coaches will tell these young girls when they come back, knowing they didn't get the best trip go down, and they went there and they went on a 3-1? What is the mindset for them going to be, and what is it that the coach should be saying to them?
Well, as a coach, I think it should keep them encouraged, keep them inspired, keep them motivated. And so the next time around, they know what to do. But you can't just come back and just be done with it. You have to reflect, as you said, point out the failures, point out the strengths, and work on these things. Because you can't just go back into the next tournament doing the same thing. And for the games, I haven't watched the games fully, but I've seen highlights, and I've been to maybe a few sessions watching them practice. And I think our weak point with the females is not that they maybe technically off or whatnot, but tactically you need to come from the coach, as in how you're going to approach certain teams, how you're going to go forward with what you have. And I think that is the part where we're failing the girls tactically, rather than have them playing technical football or thinking that, oh, you're going to reach away. But tactical and technical have to be hands in hand. And the tactical part comes from the coach, as in he will analyze other teams and see what their strengths are, what their weakness, and then you build on that, because knowing that what you have to go forward.
Do you still play football locally?
Yes, I do. I play in the first division, with a team I coach also. It's Bolands FC.
Okay, so you're actually with Bolands,
yes.
with Bolands FC. Any other sports, Karanja, that you have an interest in?
Yes, I do. I play cricket.
You play cricket for Bolands?
No, I play cricket for the national under 13. That was years ago. And from that, when I transitioned over to, I was going to St. Michael's School at the time, and I transitioned over to Bolands. And from I reached Bolands, I stopped seeing little balls, I seen big balls. So back then, I started playing with Booby, and I was Orlando Peters, Atenez, and all them. But I like the football. I like the playing of the ball, the big ball, kicking it. Dodging balls right now, kind of hard for me right now.
I guess it is hard for you. It is hard for me as well. But I guess that you're looking forward to the upcoming football season. It's been a while, huh?
Very much so, a long while. But some work being put in, trying to get my team into a shape that I want them to go forward with. Trying to change rather than talking about it, trying to change it, do it with my team so others can see. So I'm putting in some work with Bolans tactically for right now. So I'm going to be aware. Technically, that will come. They can pass, they can run, but understanding each other and understand the movements on the field and where to go. I'll be putting that work right now.
What is it in terms of you working in the school program or working with wings or working in the communities? What is expected of the coaches? You know, I know when we coaches, when we go to the ground, we know what we're looking for, we know what to expect from each player. How do you make the assessment in football?
Well, that one is kind of it's hard, but you have to do it. Honestly, you have to do it, because as a coach, being all over, you have to make the sacrifice to do the work. Honestly.
What are we doing in terms of? We know that the football team traveling at times isn't easy. We heard of the debacle down in Guyana that we won't even go into details where the national female team have to stay on the airport overnight, and then they had to travel from one airport to the other by bus. How do you as a coach, how do you prepare youngsters to deal with those situations?
You can't deal with youngsters. You can't put youngsters to that. Maybe mostly females, even though they are ladies, adults. They won't be accustomed to the traveling, staying over. The body going to be tired, and women, they have their own cycle, so they need to be up at every time, being fresh and whatnot. So you can't be putting females, having them on airport and traveling by bus going over. You're gonna take a toll on them mentally and physically. But if they're strong enough and they have a team spirit within them, I think they should overcome that.
We have been talking a lot about the pros and the cons and what is not happening. So I'm going to ask you this question. Is it a time for us to change the guards at the ABFA?
The guards? They're guarding what they're guarding. Yeah, the time enough now. It needs to change. Time now need to change. You can't be doing the same thing over, approaching the same election time with the same strategy and then expect people to buy into it. Where's the time now? Time now for change. You need someone to see, okay, what they have. Give someone a chance. You can't be guarding what you're guarding. There's nothing for you to have personally. It's for everybody. Football is for everybody. So you can't be guarding things that me could have, he could have. It's time for a change.
Certainly, we know that the ABFA is having elections. I think the incumbent president, he's been there for some 3 terms, which is 12 years. And we know Barbara Coates is challenging for the position of president. Can you see Barbara Coates doing something different, making football looking like if it wants to go somewhere, if she gets there? You've been working with her now for what, 5 years at Wings?
Over 5 years.
Do you think she can make a difference in terms of changing the direction of football in Antigua and Barbuda?
Of course I do. She, even with by my experience with her, I would say, like, Wings festivals. Every time a Wings festival come about, she want to try something new. She doesn't want to be doing the same thing over and over and over, because it can be tiresome. You come, you do the same thing. Even the other day, like the last festival where we had, it didn't register on the day. It can't be registered on the day. Some other tournament, you come, bring a team, you register on the day, then you backtrack everybody else because you're a new team coming in. You don't want that. So with that now, as you can see, she wants to change things. She doesn't want to be going down the same road over and over again. So with her being president, a lot of change is going to happen. A lot.
What you say a lot of changes are going to happen. What are some of the changes that you think needs to happen in terms of to make football better? Give me two things that you would like to see change. Just two.
One, more coaches taking part. Quality coaches that need to be there, not just because I work with you, you come and get a job. That one. Two, on a national level, like male team, I need to see a proper structure between the players and the association, between binding contract. You can't be having players just coming there and then making match money alone. Because you left work, yeah, you might get your break money, but you need allowances to travel and whatnot. You're not getting those. You're just getting $10 allowance. That food, no, that you can't cut it. Because you have family to feed. You're missing out training. Well, you're going training, you're missing out your family time or whatnot. So you need to get back something so you can help your family.
So you're speaking about making the league a little bit more professional. Making sure that, or at least the national players.
Yes.
Or if they get selected on the national team, they should get a salary, even if it's nothing significant.
Yes, exactly.
The other question I want to ask you, because you speak a lot about developing and creating opportunities for the young people and so forth. The overseas players that participate in football, how do you best see it being handled? Should it be a quota? Should the clubs be able to bring in as much as they want? Should they have a number that they should bring in? What do you think about the situation with the overseas players? And should we start to put limits in terms of how much come in or how much play?
Well, with that now, as I said earlier, coaches in Antigua need to give the locals more time. They're not giving the locals more time, they're going to go out because they want a ready-made stuff. So with that, I would say you're limited to a number of players or importees because you need the local to be playing so they can go towards the national team, and then they can, when they reach the national team now, they can expose themselves more and get more out there. Because you're not hearing nobody from Antigua like going Trinidad to play like that. You're not hear 5 people or 5 players going to Trinidad or going to Jamaica, but hearing Jamaicans coming here, even St. Vincent coming here in Antigua. That shows that our players, our coaches down here, not really putting in the work to develop our players rather than, and then bringing in their players. But the quota, I think, should be minimum or maximum no more than 5.
Oh, the situation is this. You, from your perspective, and we respect your views, we respect your opinion, you are thinking about 5 players maximum. So if all the teams bring in 5, because now you have 16 teams in the Premier Division, if all the teams were to bring in 5, then you're talking about 80 people coming into Antigua to participate in the football. So that simply means it's 80 Antiguans who will be sidelined to play at that level. Will this help our football or will it further sink it?
Well, the 80 players that you're bringing in should have somewhat experience so you can help develop your local players. Because the goal is for development and better your team. Because once they leave now, you leave with your locals. So if the outside players not coming in to help build your locals, I don't think you should bring.
So you're saying unless they're not bringing something to the table, because we hear a lot of noise about that as well, that the overseas players come in and the overseas players don't contribute anything. Some of them don't even want to train hard and that sort of thing. Who did you play for in the last
team?
Yeah.
I played for Asa Arcade.
Right.
That was the team.
And they had a number of overseas players?
Yeah, and then it started to decrease because it's like they want to transition from that now, because they were saying that it was Dibu era of playing football, which now they want to try and build more and develop more with locals, which is a right way to go for right now. So, yeah.
So you reckon the right way to go is to get more of the locals on the field,
On the field.
take them off of the bench.
Yeah.
What about in terms of the decentralizing? You said you played at Parham. We know Parham is doing some work on their field and so forth. Is it time that we start get some of these Premier Division matches in the community?
Yeah. The community, it's not everybody going to come football. And some people need somewhere to go, but they don't want to be going out there. So they don't mind to take a walk in the community. And that helps also with the building up the community where everybody can get something in on the field.
Certainly, because when you go to these community matches, some vendor from the area is selling a little peanut.
Yeah, so everybody
and the
profit.
Popcorn,
Yeah.
somebody have a little cooler.
But
and so it is sort of like sports tourism.
Yes.
Where the tourist comes in and they bring their supporters in,
Yes.
and they buy from the local. Very, very interesting.
Yes, but also as I said earlier, the upkeep of the field too. That's going to be a player next role too, because you need to play quality football, and quality football attracts big crowds.
I know that for a fact. Football is really and truly the most popular sport in Antigua and Barbuda in terms of a spectator. When you go up to the ARG on a Saturday or Sunday or even a Friday afternoon, whenever they have football, you see good support for both teams. The atmosphere is good, and so we're just hoping that the authorities, whoever they are, after the 25th of April, that they continue to make sure that local football grows, not just to play it in the ARG and think because you finish a tournament that is success. I think we need to go back in the communities and put the work in, so that, like you mentioned earlier on, the young boys can start to spend quality time with the coach and get accustomed to it. And so when they go out or when they go back to school and face that coach, even though they had encounters in the community program, when they go back to school and they do face the coaches again, they may well be a little bit more mature in terms of understanding what is expected in the particular school level, the fact that they have mingled in community programs. I'm sure you must have heard about the league down in Shipwreck.
Yes.
A lot of people accredit that to Shipwreck League, but I want to take a different look, because like someone like yourself, what you're doing, Shipwreck organized the leagues. He may have about 20 teams, but there are 20 people in 20 communities who are organizing those teams, finding uniforms, getting them on the bus. Sometimes they have to go into their pocket. And so how important is it that we continue to find those people in the communities to harness these young people, even if they're not coaches, to harness them, bring them together, and let them play? How important is that in terms of the survival of sports in the community?
As you said, no, it's a survival. So you need those kind of persons in the community. For instance, like Pacer. I've grown up through Pacer, playing cricket, playing football. He put you on the path, and you just choose your path you want, and you just keep going. So those kind of persons in the community are really, really important for this, for football or any sport to go along in this country.
Certainly do. We understand that the Ministry of Sports some time ago wanted to reintroduce a community development sport and games. I always think it is better to have that department looking about community sports, because now that the coaches, like you mentioned, you have your hands full. You have 3 schools, and you only have 5 days in the week. So you have to be juggling. If we can get the people in the different schools to just go and assist in terms of going out to matches, and we do most of the development in the communities, wouldn't that take a burden off of you in terms of having so many schools and so little time?
Yes, it surely does. And for, like, as I said earlier, with importation of players, if you, with important players, you can bring a player to help you coach too. That would be a plus too. So you take you off. So you coaching, that's cool. You bring him to you because he's a coach or he know what to do. You carry him to the principal, let the principal know, okay, this person working with me because I have to go this way. So you get more work done. Contact time, yes, with the coach, but you get more work done, and it will be a plus for you go forward.
I want you to tell me this. You mentioned that, and you can correct me, if you had the final say in terms of the amount of overseas players that would come into Antigua to play, you said 5. Would that 5 include if someone comes in as a coach, or is it just 5 players?
As in player coach and can coach and play?
No, someone comes in as a coach. They don't play.
Okay,
They don't play anymore. But they come into a club as a coach. Will that be counted as one for the club, or they can have a coach and they can have 5 overseas players? Which one is it?
Oh boy, a tricky one. Because you're bringing a coach, that means you can't get a coach here. Well, yeah, it's okay. I think that we have 5 players and a coach, because as I see, some coaches, I think, coaching maybe 2 teams to up there. They have a premier team and then still they have their second division or whatever team. The time in between is not going to be enough, because you can't coach the 2 teams the same how. Because you have different players to work with and different attributes, technically and whatnot. So bringing in a coach and you coach somewhere, I don't think nothing wrong with that. But the maximum playing time with players is must be 5.
Right. So in terms of 5 on the field at any time.
5 on the field at any time. Well, I would say it can be, because you want your best local players to play, and also you're bringing in players. You know, I really want them too much to be on the bench. But same as if you have a player, then you have to play them, because it's 5 maximum. So I don't think nothing wrong with that. You have the 5 all play at the same time.
Okay, so you're thinking that we have some different views. Some people have mixed feelings about it. Some people are saying 2, some are saying 3, some are saying 1, and so forth. I personally think that we have reached a stage now where we need to hold on the overseas players and try and improve our football.
Not wrong. That's good too.
I think afterwards down the road you can say, look, I want Pine Hill, or I want Blue Waters, and people may say, look, 2 good choices, rather than some people saying, hey, look, don't go to All Saints, don't go to Pickett's, don't go to Libertad, come to Bethesda. Is that what we want? Are we at that level yet to be so fierce that we're fighting for players, or should we just allow the young people to
make the decision,
to make a decision on their own?
Yeah, the decision should be on the players, on where they want to go, on where they feel comfortable. So you can't be, as a team or whatnot, don't go there. They can't be bad mouthing people. That's not the way to go. You're not going to really look good down on you. So you let the players choose where they want to go, because of how comfortable they will be, or how they will improve, or what they will learn from the coaches or from the team that they want to go.
Karanja Mark, you think you have a couple seasons left in you as a player?
Yes, I do.
What are you seeing? You continue to your coaching, do your license, and when you're finished, you would want to get into coaching full time?
Yes, my aspiration is to try to get on a national level. I don't want to be up there, playing up there. I know what you're about. I know it's not going to be easy, because I'll be talking like this, but I'm ready for the experience, because it's gonna be tough, but I'm up for it to head there. That's my aspiration. That's the way I want to go.
Exactly. That is a point. That is well noted. You know, and I think it is important that people understand where do you want to go. That's how we are going to plan. You know, how to get there, and those type of things. Any other sports that you participate in, Karanja?
No, really. It's all football.
It's only football.
Yeah, all football. But like spare times, if I have to do maybe some cricket, I will do that. Track and field, no,
Oh.
not really, not too much. I used to do track and field, but
What event?
I prefer long jump. I was really good in long jumps, but I will do the 200 and sprinting. But I prefer the long jumps more. Track and field.
When we look and we see what has happened in terms of the National Technical Center, we see that the ABFA, they have now put lights up there, they have now put some seatings and so forth, and they continue to get monies from FIFA. Obviously, recreation ground is not in a very good place at the moment. Should it be time for the association to branch out, maybe assist some clubs in terms of raising the level of the facilities so they can be used to improve the football, improve the quality? Some people don't want to fall down Karanja on some of these fields because they're so stony and bumpy and so forth. You get bruised and you get cuts and so on. Is it time that we actually come down and put up a curtain?
Alright. Association and also with the ministry. They need to put their hands in it. You gotta be hands on, because you're gonna benefit them in the long run, because you're gonna get quality players if you put in the work. Work is the team with the
and
field.
just to say, when I say come down and put the curtain up, it's like the ABFA. It's like they're the mother administrator, mother caretaker, the caretaker of football in Antigua and Barbuda. Is it time that they actually come down to that club level? And when they put a curtain up, raise the bar, raise the standards of the facilities, even though it is a minimum standard. You can have a couple of 40-foot containers, use part of it as change facilities, use them as the bathroom, and make people want to go out. Make people want to go to these football matches because they feel comfortable. They can sit down, they can use a bathroom, they can wash their hands. Especially now that COVID is still here, COVID isn't going anywhere. Is it time that the ABFA step up to the plate and say, look, you know what? Let us raise the standard and decentralize the particular sport that so much people in Antigua and Barbuda love, and try and assist. And you can target even one ground in each parish.
Yeah, I think they should, but they're going to have some kind of back talk, and it's not the one using the field and whatnot. But still, on the national level or nation level, they should. As you said, they're the mother of football. They want to oversee everything. So I think they should come, put some container or whatnot. Do something. Just don't do anything, but do something to help build the standard or the facilities around the country. Because every time they travel or whatnot, they see the quality of stadium they're going to be entering into. So bring back some kind of idea, and so you can implement it in a community or somewhere, so you can help lift the standard.
How does Karanja, when you exit the stage of playing at the national level and exit maybe playing at the club level in Antigua and Barbuda, how would you like people to remember Karanja? Whenever someone sees Karanja, what is it that you would like them to remember in terms of for all the times that you're on the field? What is it that you would like to leave the people with?
That's the passion and the work ethic that I put in every time I play. I just work hard. You see me working, not complaining, and also being approachable as a coach. Being approachable help to encourage and to improve a player, because you don't want to say, boy, he was a bad man, the coach. I don't like the talk. So I just chat, and also I know what I got you as a player from coaches. So I don't want to have that kind of same energy. So I just change my way around it.
So obviously, you would want people to remember Karanja for the passion, work ethic, and I presume that when they speak to you in terms as a coach, you're looking for similar qualities.
Similar quality, yes. Because as a coach now, your team have to reflect you.
Right.
Okay, you can't be that coach and your team is that way. You have to go hands in hands. So, for me as a player, I need, as I work, a passionate player with the work ethic, I need to see my teammate, my players putting out that, showing that effort. Because that's the person I am. So that's a person. That's how I want to see my team play.
The fact that you still play, but you coach in the school competitions, how do you manage that time? How do you manage that time in terms of you're preparing some youngsters or you're at a match with some youngsters, and then you have to go and get in your national training or your club training, you know, or your club matches? How do you work that time out? How do you fit it in all together?
Honestly, rest plays a big part of it. So for me, it's everything is about football. I don't do anything other than doing my work and whatnot. So the time in between where I work is during, like, be in the mornings, and then national levels will be late in the afternoon. So I work up to that time, and then that time I find some rest. Then I can go into my national training and whatnot, my personal time to train. So you come down to rest, so you can be flexible.
The school program is going on. How is your teams doing?
Honestly, unfortunately, I don't have any team within the leagues going on right now. Mainly because I haven't told the coordinator, but I told him it's about the pandemic, which the principals were kind of thoughtful about it, because they're saying in PE time they can't be going out, all the children can't be going out at the time. So for all they didn't participate mainly because of that. And with Bolans now, because there's two schools I'm at, Bolans didn't have any uniform, so she didn't want to go into a competition unorganized on uniform. So that's the reason why I didn't carry in those two teams.
And is it just the primary competitions that there's no secondary competition?
No, the secondary competition are being the first term, which that's from September.
So that time would have passed.
Yes, very much.
And I guess you're looking forward to later on the year if the ABFA football gets back on track.
You need to get back on track because football needs to be played. Everybody being asking questions and whatnot. When are you going to do this? When are you going to do that? But you need to be up and going. Football needs to be how you come.
And what is it that you're looking forward to the most in terms of the ABFA football? Obviously, it's been off for a couple of years. What is it that you're looking forward to?
Something new. And honestly, something new. We're going to have plenty of games, yes, but something new, some new competition. The competition can be in the community, something like a FA Cup. Back then, we used to have FA Cup. Something new, so the football can be more, get some more life. We generate the life of football.
We hear the Param football team, your last team, calling up players to get themselves organized. Is it that they start putting things in place to start preparation for the upcoming season, or is it that they're trying to get that unit? Because we know, that late Dibu Williams was very, very instrumental in making sure that Param stays afloat.
Yes.
Is it that they're trying to rekindle some interest, trying to get back Param up on his feet, making sure that whenever the bell rings, that they're ready to step onto the field?
I think that's the process that they're taking right now. Because from the last maybe couple of years I've been there, they was trying to focus on that rather than having just Param club. We don't know members and whatnot. So for right now, I think that's the way they want to go. They want to have a structure rather than just being a club.
Right. So they're trying to get a structure
club,
get someone to look at the coaching, the manager, have maybe an executive, making sure that the team is sponsored and refreshments are taken care and so forth, and so on. Are you participating in the Param Easter Classic?
No, I haven't. No. maybe I would pass through, but I haven't been invited to play or anything like that.
Okay. Any other interest in terms of going overseas, maybe to play or to coach?
I would like that to happen, but I think he's supposed to be traveling. Wing is supposed to be traveling. I will be the head coach along with Lexi Phoenix, and that will be my not really my first outing as a coach. As I coach national girls team on the 15 team already a couple of years back, along with Barbara Coates and Arlene and Patrice and all that. But with this one now, being a head coach, it's something I'm looking forward to. Something I'm looking forward to.
Well, folks, believe you me, when we're having a wonderful time, time really flies. We have been speaking with Karanja Mack. He's a national footballer. He represents the Param football.
No, Bolans.
Bolans.
Yes.
Football team.
And Wings.
And he is the coach of Wings football. And he's been here on Caribbean, ACB Caribbean Coach's View, having a chat with us, letting us know what he thinks, the direction of football, the direction he thinks football needs to go, some things that he'll be looking forward to and some things he wants to do. He also let us know what he would like to achieve by the end of the year as a coach and a player. I want to thank you very much, Karanja.
It was a pleasure being here with you.
For spending an hour with us.
Yeah.
We'll be back next week on Caribbean's Coach's View. Kenny Benjamin saying thanks very much to Mr. Pilgrim there, our technician. He's been doing a wonderful job making sure that we're heard and seen all over the world. We want to thank him very much, and we want to wish you all listeners and our viewers a pleasant good afternoon.
All right.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're back, and our apologies there for the break in transmission. Had a little unfortunate issue there, but we're back up, and so good to be back with you. Want to say good afternoon to Shemroy. See, he's watching, he's rooting for Freetown, and we also have Akash Joseph and Gloria Gordon. Good to have you on board, Gloria, enjoying our commentary here. So we're here, the bowler coming from the pavilion end. He is Austin Richards Jr. And so there's an adjustment being made into the field here. So we have a 5-4 field, 5 on the offside, 4 on the on. And Austin just about two steps, and here's Dean just guiding that off of a thickest outside edge and just eluding the keeper. And so they run 2 runs here. Yeah, the keeper didn't have a very good game the last time we were up here. Really, an old veteran there behind the stump, and so the bend and the stretching will not be at its maximum. But it's Austin Richards Jr. just about 2 step, and here is Dean just swinging wildly, really not getting in line with the delivery, and that's bye signal by the umpire. So you're watching the second semi-final in the ACB Caribbean Dave Joseph 35 over competition, and today we have the guys from Ico. That is lovely there, and awful piece of fielding there by Kareem Richards there. There was Titus whipping that off his pad and just going bouncing, one bounce in front of the fieldsman. Should have really corralled that in, but probably went a bit too casual, and it went for 4 runs. So Tittle is batting with some level of intent, some level of positivity, and here he goes again, slapping that one down the ground. And so an easy single to the man on the long off boundary. So Ian Tittle looking pretty comfortable at the wicket, not afraid to play his shots. Here's Dan Evanson again, and again having a little whiff outside the off stump, but coming up with nothing. And so the over comes to an end. So we now have 5 for 3, 139 for 3, and we had just completed over number 30. Over number 30. So 139, I heard, sorry. 139 off 30. So Mahaiko would be looking to up the ante, 5 more overs in the bag. And so they would want to maximize on these, maybe another 50 runs or so on that. And again, you know, I remember last time we were here, Freetown was very buoyant. They said, hey, we can make anything over 200, so maybe 180 will not be enough, but it's left to be seen. But it's Kareem Richards. He continues from the Browns Bay end. And here's Tittle again, whipping this into the onside. And they settle for a single. Yeah, Kareem Richards had a very impressive spell last week. Got the ball to do quite a bit, bounce and a little movement, sideway movements. So he's going to try and replicate that form again today as he comes into Dean Evanson, the right-hander. Here's an almighty swing by Dean, but I'm not certain he connected on anything. That ball looked like it went straight through between the pad and the leg stump. A very fortunate escape for Evanson. Was in no position, just lifted his head and swung his bat, but beat the keeper also and went down to the boundary. More importantly for Mahaiko, they get runs added to their scorecard. So 144, 144 for 3. Another wild swing here by Evans, not really doing much movement, just having a wild swing. And umpire Nigel Brown signaling a leg by there. Score goes up to 145, 145 for 3, weighing over number 31. So they would need to continue scoring at themselves a competitive chance when they get into bowl. And this one is wide, and a good save here by the keeper. Just laying down on that one and stopping it. So an extra ball, an extra run. So all going in favor of Mahaiko there. 146, 146 for 4. So it's Ian Tittle. And this one is keeping a bit low. And Tittle turns his back on him, not interested at all. And Tittle almost committing suicide there. Evanson had no interest in that. He just turned his back. And so Tittle fortunately was able to get back into his crease. And here's Tittle just chipping that over the infield. Wasn't to the pitch of the delivery, but he just delayed his shot a bit and just elevated it over the man in the short mid-off position and getting an easy single. And here is Dean walloping that. Does it have the legs to go all the way? Yes, it does. A big one over the cow corner region. So Dean Evanson walloping that over the cow corner region, and 6 healthy runs there to the Mahaiko team. And so at the end of over number 31, the score goes up to 152. 153 for 3, And so 4 more overs to go. And so Mahaiko, they keep pushing on, trying to get as much runs as they can. And yes, Coach Hughes, the whole police army's out here. They're really scouting. They're really checking out everything. They want to prepare, see what is going on. The 29 are behind here.
Yeah, the 29, huh? But there's no more opportunity for him. And you know, he got a duck yesterday.
So I was told.
On a hat trick. And so.
But Coach Hughes, 153. 4 overs left. What do you think Mahaiko would be targeting here?
Um, 4 more overs left. 150. They could 180, 190.
Well, let's see. It's going to be Austin Richards Jr. Just a couple of steps, and here's Dean slapping that to a wide.
Ian.
Oh, sorry, Ian Tittle slapping that to a wide, long. And good running here by the 2 batsmen there. Recognizing the fieldsman there, that was Harilal, seems not to have a very strong arm, and so they decided to run on the throw, and they were able to get through. So 155 for 3. And this one is nicely pitched just outside the off stump, going away, and beaten there is Tittle.
There's a third man now, and moving from the fine leg region, going over as these two, Ian and Aston Richards, they played together for Antigua senior team for years, so they both know their exploit, and so he knows that Ian has this risk of playing the ball through. That's a good shot play down to long on, and they take on Harold on hand and get it back in quickly.
Well, I like that adjustment there a while ago. Austin Richards Jr. now, he ran to Harilal to get the relay, and I think that would have caused the batsman to rethink that opportunity for a second run there.
But when you look out there in the field, the only 2 players that he won't have to run to go meet that from is Wills and Watley, because the others' arms are not too strong.
And this one is cracked off of probably the toe end of the bat, but going straight to the man there forward a point there in the cover region, and so 1 run. Freetown would not mind the singles at this moment. They definitely don't want to give away any boundaries. And there's a chance, and it's dropped. Was driven back quite powerfully to Austin Richards Jr. He would have think that's a catch he should have taken, and just hit the palm of his hand and ricocheted back. And so, well, in the background you're hearing too much heat. I guess Austin Richards might be saying, you know, he probably saw it a bit late, maybe. But a chance nonetheless, but a single. So more importantly, a single for the Mahaiko team. So they would be happy with that one.
That's a single that the Mahaiko could have run, but they chose not to. I guess they've been on the tired side. They've been there for quite a while.
So 32 overs completed. 32 overs completed, and the score is 157. 157 for 3, and Coach Hughes is saying the 2 has been batting for a while. We'll get an update from the scorers after, see what the partnership is like there. So 3 more overs to go. 157. A good over there for Freetown a while ago. Only 4 runs coming off of that over. And so that the new bowler coming from, let me just get the name of this bowler coming from the, oh, that's Williams. And another dot ball here. Coach Hughes, the wicket, how has it played compared to what we would have seen last week? Last week it was really a bit keeping on the low side, odd bunks. How has it been playing?
Not the easiest wicket to bat on. Good length ball will be very difficult to score off of. This one is hit in the air. There's a very poor judgment from the fielder there. He ran, as we saw that yesterday, he overrun the ball, and the ball still go into the boundary for 4.
I think probably maybe he didn't anticipate that the ball was hit so well, because he was running into it, and then the ball just sailed over his head. So 4 good runs for the Mahiko team. This one is short, and Tittle is tugging it to the onside square of the wicket, and young Watley coming in and just limiting the batsman to a single there.
Yeah, this senior pair be batting together for quite a while. I think when Malinga, since the 13th over, since when Malinga out, it was 6:51 when Malinga out.
Well, Mahiko going to have 2 substitute on to start the next innings.
Not necessarily, because we saw this one is pit between. This one going down the leg side. Umpire now is moving to signal what it's all about. It's now leg by. We saw Marlon Button Merton innings yesterday, and we thought that he wouldn't go back out to the field. But that's how win does, you know. If it wasn't good, he probably wouldn't go back out. But because he won and make 180 not out, he got that extra breath, and 180 not out. And no doubt he know that there was a massage waiting in the wings. This one is hit down the ground by Ian again. Down to straight long on. Is coming back now is Dean Evans. Really gets in nicely. Very good running by Dean Evanson. Very good running.
Yeah, and that resulted from a good backing up. He backed up well there, so he got a good head start, and so he was able to turn quickly. He was coming to the danger end, and so he was able to make it in. So the score goes up to 166 for 3. Here's that one. Is peeling off the outside edge. He was making a little room, trying to hit it, I think, over the cover region, and it peeled off the outside edge and went down to back with a point region there, and so they were able to come back for 2 runs. So that's the end of over number 33. 30 who? 33. At the end of over number 33, 167 for 3.
So the Mahiko.
We have a one
Well,
so 2 more overs.
A farm open, but then now roller poly. We saw 2 yesterday, but that was eons ago.
Oh, you say you want if you know what he's seen out there?
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be Austin Richards coming in with the 34th over, and here's Dean slapping that. But the man come good field in there and limited them to a single. So that was slapped into the extra cover region there by Evanson. So the left-handed Tittle now comes on strike. Abdel, is a big ground now. You'll have to really hit it with some power to get it over the...
It's not as big as it looks.
The boundaries east and west, they seem to be a good length. This one is driven nicely into the wide long on position, and they come back for 2 runs. The only disadvantage with these 2 guys here at this moment, Abdel, if you had 2 younger guys, that could have been a 3rd run. But I guess you got to play within your limitations.
Yes, and they got it's a level playing field, but if it's
this one again tugged into the wide mid-wicket position, and they get a single.
I was saying, I know it's a level playing field, but there's some 30 runs been shot. If this was police recreation ground, it will be highest total.
Yeah, the ball travels a lot quicker there than on this. The soil here is a little bit loose.
Loose, yes.
So the ball
Doesn't
tends
really
to
run.
hug into the soil. That's a wide delivery, and you could see from the field placement what the plan is. There's 6 men on the offside, so obviously the bowler is going to be concentrating to keep that ball outside the off stump, asking him to hit into the offside.
And if you look, there's in the cover point, cover, and extra cover.
This one is hit beautiful, beautiful shot. Just coming down the pitch, getting it on the half volley, and hitting it one bounce to the wide long on position. And so 4 more runs to the score, 4 good looking runs to the Mahaiko team, and so the score goes up into the 170s, 177, and so 177 for 3. We're in over number 34, the penultimate over, as they would refer to it.
No, in a signal dead ball. In a signal dead ball. No.
Richards. And Dean is coming down the ground again, making some room outside and slapping it again to that position. Wide extra cover, wide long off there. And so a single to end the penultimate over. So after over number 34, the score goes up to 178. 178 for 3. A very good partnership by these 2 veterans here. And when the innings close, definitely we're going to give you some stats here as to the fine contribution by these 2 stalwarts of not only the Mahaiko team, but as Coach Hughes had said, on the national level, representing Antigua quite a bit in their days. So the final over will be bowled by Williams. Coach Hughes, maybe they can see if they could get 15 out of this.
Yeah, I mean, there's no need for not going helter-skelter. Get many wickets in hand, 7 wickets to be exact. So get what he can get. Even whatever a cheeky single, you got to get whatever you can get to make certain that you get enough runs on the board. This one is hit down to long on, 1 bounce, and Richards feel it nicely, and but his arm is not good, and he just underarm it, and so a 2 younger pair that made you run and take that arm on.
Oh, I know you didn't observe there a while ago. You saw Tittle. Tittle was hobbling and bobbling.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you got 2
coming down,
young runners between the wicket, this one plays nicely, just waiting it and tug it into the mid wicket region, and they run 2 easy single, and I think that the captain should have some. I think.
So Tittle in strike. And this is driven down the ground, lovely shot, but there's protection there on the long on boundary, and so a single only to Tittle. So Freetown won't mind giving up the singles.
No, definitely. Dean is more of a. This one is flicks it and
flick there is a chance for drop well short to the man there on the mid wicket boundary. And so 1 more run to the scorecard. So it's Williams, and this one is down the leg side and going for a little short arm pull, but wide. Not good bowling at all by Williams. You don't want to give any extra runs, stay longer in the field. You remember, you have a lot of elderly men there So they need to come off of their feet as quickly as possible. But it's Williams to Tittle. And Tittle is just caressing that one down the ground and getting an easy single. And so it looks like it's 50. So 50 there for Ian Tittle. So well played there by the veteran Ian Tittle. As they say, Dean has need one, and there he goes, clipping that there behind square the umpire. They go for one, and they come back for 2 runs, and so both batsmen getting their 50s in the final over. So at the end of the innings, 35 overs completed. The score is 187 for 3. We'll confirm whether it's 1 or 2 more, but 187 for 3. And so Coach Hughes, Mahaiko winning the toss and batting, I believe that they would be pretty happy if they were told at the start of the innings they would have 187. I think they would have taken that.
Yeah, I mean, I fallen short by 3 runs. I said they would have gotten 190 after you asked me. But they both batted pretty well. They're 100 and at partnership. And we see again yesterday and coming into today, where the police was in a hole, 41 for 4, and the seniority of
Marilyn and
Hector came through and they really come through as goal. And then we have the 2 senior who the score was some 50 odd for 3 when they got together, and they put on 100 and whatever partnership, 133 partnership. And so yeah, we'll get the final partnership score, but very, very, very good. And what was good about it, also with the innings yesterday, there was a lot of singles being had, and we don't see that with the younger players. And I was talking about playing smart cricket, and that was smart cricket. Yeah, so getting to that 187 without doing much was very good on the part of both.
And speaking about that word you use, smart, I was just observing the running between the wicket. And what I like to see with these guys, they know they're not the fastest. But what they did, they measured when they could turn the 1 into 2, or they could turn the nothing into a 1. And they measured those opportunities and took them when they were there. And so it was very intelligent presence at the wicket, not recognizing, hey, we're not no young spring chicken, we can't run up and down quickly, but we can know when it goes to this fieldsman or it goes into this angle, well, how we can make the adjustment and get these extra runs.
Yes, very, very much so. It was a really delight because as I overemphasize of the way that your young players weren't getting them foot in the right position to playing the shots, and these 2 young older guys came and execute just what I had a problem with. They were getting the head over the ball, they were defending the ball. Even more, I can remember seeing Ian Tittle. See, Ian Tittle were playing with soft hands and just in front of the bat and running. And so it really rolled back to time where good cricket was played, and you know what it's all about. And it's really pleasant to the eyes to see.
Yeah, most definitely. I really love to see how the two batsmen, how they handle their innings. Dean was a little bit more just swinging
aggressive,
but you saw Tittle really playing within himself, recognizing his limitations, what he can do, what he can't do, and he played within those levels, and I found that was very, very good. And as you said, it may not have looked attractive to some in terms of, the ball flying out of the park, but in terms of batsmanship, I felt Ian Tittle really kind of rolled back the days to show that, hey, you could play within your limitation, within your skill set, and still be successful.
Yes, and also there was a 13-year-old Francis who opened the innings with Stephen Fain, and I think he scored 13, but it was a pleasant to the eye because he defended and he steered the ball, and because of the young nature he ran some singles, but he stayed there, and he was joined by Malinga, and they both display something that I really felt good to see, because it's an opportunity where they both played a semi-final in the early career, and they will remember this time forever. And it's an experience that they will glean and remember when they both met. And I think they both went to, oh no, I think they go different school, but then nevertheless, one is 13, one is 15, and it's very good to see that they could have gone there, and with the pressure of the competition, it's a semi-final, and stayed there and played a very good little cameo to bail Mahaiko out, and then set up that stint where Ian and Dean could have gone there and played a great knock.
And I'm actually we're just overlooking in the balcony here, looking at the Mahaiko team just doing a little warm up. And one of the things I'm happy to see, I'm seeing a little nucleus of youngsters. And then we know they have the veteran. You have the Stephen Fain, the Ian Tittles, the Dean Evanson. They're there, and so that should augur well, some positivity, some influence for these youngsters looking to craft their skills going forward.
Right, among the youngsters, and this is what I'm talking about. You're playing at the Parish League level. You will learn your craft. Then you can promote yourself into the first class arena. You know.
Yeah, all right, we're just waiting on the scorers to give us a little rundown on the scorecard. But in the meantime, we're going to have the two icons, the two veterans. We're going to have a little chit-chat with them. Cleve Cornelius is saying, well done, Ian Tittle and Dean Evanson. All right, so I know Cleve is chomping. It doesn't matter who he gets. Well, I think he'll be rooting for Mahaiko here. You ready for us, Mark? All right, come guys. So, we want us... Okay, just a second. Okay. So we're just going to have a little conversation here with Ian Tittle. I understand the score was 51 for 3, you said? All right, Ian, first of all, 187, I think it is, just waiting on the final score. How do you feel about that total, defending that total?
The total is not a bad total. I think that we should get at least 2, but so it is. We just have to defend the score that we have.
Yeah, because last week Freetown was saying even if you got 200, that's easy picking for them because they run down 200 every time. So you're going to have work cut out for your bowlers there defending 187.
Well, that's true now, but why is we bowl straight on that wicket, we will win the game.
All right, about your batting now, you would have gone out there, I understand, 51 for 3. What was your feeling like walking out there? Was there any pressure on you? Did you have to go back into that tank of seniority and try to comfort yourself to go out there?
When I go out, I just to bat through with Daniels because 3 wickets has fallen. So I just try to bat through and then at the end, try and push on.
How did you find the wicket playing last week when we were here from up here? It looked very inconsistent, generally keeping low. How was it playing today?
Oh, slow and low. Ball really not coming through. So you have to feel a lot of ball on the bat, and then when you get in, you can start to hit out. But it is low and slow.
All right. Do you anticipate it's going to get any better in the second innings for Freetown?
No, I think that is going to be worse. The more they run up on it, it's going to be scramble, and it will make it better for us. While we bowl areas that we want to bowl, I think that the bowlers will do well.
And what are those areas that you would want to tell your bowlers to keep that line and length?
Well, mostly you bowl wicket to wicket. If you bowl wicket to wicket and to hit the stump, either they miss or they hit. You understand? Couple ball will keep real low.
When last year I can half century?
Boy, yes, you know, boy, right now I feel like my chest a blow out, but I saw it. I have to do it for the team, you know. So that's what it is. Have to fight for the team.
Well, Tittle, all the best. Congratulations again, and all the best to you guys going forward.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Now, Coach Abdel Hughes will have Dean Evanson.
So Dean,
Yes.
how was it?
I'm tired.
You're tired.
Yes.
And you deserve to be tired.
Yes. And
Carl.
actually, you owe me a drink.
I hold you a drink. You
Yes.
get that drink. Mark, you hear that?
Yes, you owe me a drink.
But when you end met, it was 51 for 3. And what was going through your mind?
Well, I just stay there. Just keep on batting, get the singles. That's it.
I think there was smart batting on the part of you both. You're getting the singles earlier, and then when it presents itself, then you go into it. But as you were out there, what the score that was in your mind, like what you really wanted to score at the end of the 35 overs?
We were looking at least 175 because the pitch is actually playing extremely low and it's skidding off. And as long as you bowl stump to stump, it's going to be hard to score out there right now.
Okay, so you have the second semi-final, and the police is awaiting the winner of this. Are you not looking forward for police yet? You're thinking about Freetown?
Yeah, you have to get through this and then we deal with police.
Okay, so you played a wonderful innings, and I want to encourage you guys to go out and do the right thing, and cricket will be the winner of the day. Somebody got to win, somebody got to lose.
That's
yes, so all the best.
Okay.
And,
thank you.
All right, let me try and get the score. Can I borrow your scorebook there, scorer? Let me just give our listeners a rundown of the scorecard. So Mahiko won the toss, and Mahiko decided to bat first. And so they opened the innings with Stephen Fain and Tanez Francis. And Stephen Fain, he was bowled by Watley for 4. Francis, he was run out, it looks like, by run out. He made 13. Malinga Bruni, he batted. He was LBW, bowled Geetish Harrelal for 26. So good little innings by the two youngsters there. And then the two veterans took over, Ian Tittle and Dean Evanson. Ian Tittle, he made 57 not out, and Dean Evanson 56 not out. So it was really a real wonderful innings by these two icons, two hallmarks of Antigua cricket. And so we want to really big up Ian Tittle and Dean Evanson for stepping up in a more critical time for their team after being 55 after being 55 for 3. After being 55 for 3, they took the score all the way to 187. So 132 run partnership there by the two batsmen there. Bowling for Freetown, Kareem Richards, he had 7 overs for 48 runs. Watley had 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket, 27 runs. W. Williams, he had 7 overs also, 28 runs. Geetish Harrelal, 7 overs, 27 runs. And Austin Richards Jr., he had 7 overs for 46 runs. So we had Harrelal getting a wicket, and Watley also got a wicket. So Harrelal has 1 wicket, yeah. So 187 for 3 from 35 overs. and we should be looking to start the second innings in a short while. So until then, we're just going to take a little break, and we will be back in a couple of minutes for the resumption of the Freetown as police trembling in their boots, not knowing what to expect. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here at the Freetown playfield, and you're watching the ACB Caribbean Dave Joseph 35 over semi-final. And today we have Mahaiko coming up against Freetown. Mahaiko winning the toss, and they had first strike. They made 187 half centuries for Dean Evanson and Ian Tittle, an unbroken partnership of 132 runs, 132 unbroken partnership, and so excellent innings there. So Freetown now with their chance at the wicket. Remember, Tittle was saying that the wicket was a bit slow, and so he anticipates it's going to even get slower as this second innings gets on the way. So we're seeing the two Freetown batsmen in the middle. Just try and know who these batsmen are. Pete and Neil Thomas. So who's on strike? Neil. It looks like Bruni, Malinga Bruni. Surprise start for me. I would have thought I would have seen a quicker bowler probably starting out. Don't know if they have that in their armory, trying to figure out who their quick bowlers are, but I thought they would have started with a little quicker bowler. So Pete Lee and Neil.
But sometimes these
Neil Thomas. Neil Thomas, okay.
But sometimes these type of bowlers are very tricky on this type of wicket, because the keep low, he bowl wicket to wicket, and so we'll see.
Strange, looks like he's going to start around the wicket. I would have thought he'd have wanted to come over the wicket to let that LBW be very much prominent, but he's decided to go over the wicket, so he's obviously, and he has a 7-2 field, so they're looking to plug the, it looks like it's going to be a predominant offside field, so this ain't going to be no wicket to wicket bowling really. This has to be, this obviously is going to be offside bowling. I think I am not really understanding this. I would have expected to see a more, giving the bowler a little bit more support in having the field more evenly distributed, but let's see what it is. So obviously the bowler is going to be trying to slant that delivery across the batsman there. So
and,
Coach Hughes,
and Neil is the type of player who will hit across the line. So
that's a wide delivery, and a good start for the Freetown innings there, getting 5 easy runs without even a swing of a bat, without a legal delivery being bowled. So obviously the score, the target immediately drops to 183.
So the entire entourage of the police team are here. See the Centurion, we see Chinese, that 29 is
Chinese or 29er?
29er. Is far-fetched.
And this one is full into the block hole, and Thomas not even knowing what happened there. He was fortunate enough to get his bat down on that one, and so again, Abdel, I'm a bit concerned with the field placement here. I think it's just unfair to the bowler really to be asking him to keep that line there, but I don't know how you see it as a coach.
Yeah, as a young bowler, and they put him under that pressure to be consistent to that type of field placement. I think he should have some more coverage on the leg side, until he get it right. Then he can adjust because of while he have his line going. But Stephen Fain is a strange captain.
Well, Pete Lee just played a little prank on them. He lined up like a left-handed batsman, and there was Mahaiko setting everything for the left-handed batsman, and then he just turned around and took his guard. Again, still the same field, a 7-2 field, 2 slips, a gully, and this one is nice and full. And again, I just can't understand. There has to be some other protection on the onside. You'd want the bowler to be as straight as possible earlier, letting the batsman play at everything. So you got to give him that little extra protection. But let's see how this works out. As Malinga. This one is hit out over the offside and another boundary. So 4 runs. So that one was outside of the off stump, and there was Pete Lee having a full swing at that. The ball going into the cover boundary for 4 runs.
So you heard of the demise of the Betes team who was got 2-1 yesterday from Pickett's Crushers.
That was a real, what word would I say? A surprising. And there's a quick single here and going for the run out chance, and so another run to the scorecard. Well, as I said, it's cricket. It will happen from time to time, but it was really surprising. Didn't expect that. I also saw that Eason Warner is now suiting up into the orange of the Pickett's Crushers. I know before he was a Bowlands, he was a Bethesda player, so I don't know what would have caused his switch in allegiance.
Well, as you know, the Lazarus is very permanent in the Pickett's Crushers club. They can beg, and so. But I also see the coach suit up yesterday.
Yeah, I saw this coach on the scorecard. I don't know anything about no begging.
Oh, really?
Maybe the brand is a brand. that a lot of people want to be identified with, and so I'm not certain. But
they're not sticking with it. A lot of them come, but they're not sticking with it.
But so at the end of over number 1, let's just give this our viewers a highlight. It's 12 without loss, so an excellent start for the Freetown team. 12 runs, so keeping up with the run rate quite easily there. But Coach Hughes, is another challenge I see in our cricket. I don't see much loyalty with our players. I find our players move around quite a lot. They play one season with this club, next season they're at another club, and they just make the rounds, and I'm not too certain what causes that sort of behavior.
Sometimes it doesn't even last the season, and then it boils down to the strength of the club. Sometimes they will ask the player to come and join the team. Some of them call in some club, but just to play. But there's no attachment, there's no loyalty, there's no registration to that club. So there's no attachment, and then you could just decide to move when you feel like.
Yeah, I'm because. Huh? So we have a bowler. We're going to get a name for you shortly. Coming from the pavilion end. So this one is just a little bit wide outside the off stump, and a wild swing there by Neil Thomas there, and wide signal by the umpire. So we got a name of the bowler. Joseph. Who? Rosanna Joseph. Brosana Joseph with a number 5, number 3 on his back as he bustles in from the pavilion end. Oh, that's a loud appeal, and that looks close, and the finger goes up. So Brosana.
Neil is disappointed, but he was plumb. He's climbing a plum tree.
From here, it looked well adjacent, but the batsman not impressed. But if you can show me the batsman that is impressed with an LBW decision going against him, I will be really happy. But good bowling by the youngster, bowling wicket to wicket there.
The ball didn't even hit the front foot. It hits the back foot. So I don't know what Neil was looking around for. I mean, if there was a plum tree out there, they could have picked plum there right there, you know what I'm saying?
So maybe that's his gripe, maybe. But at the end of the day, the umpire decision is final, and so a good breakthrough for the Mahaiko team there. The young bowler Brosana Joseph coming in there and getting the breakthrough for his team. And so Abdel, this is exactly what Mahaiko would have wanted. First over went for 12 runs, and so a good comeback by the Mahaiko team here.
Yeah, it's a good comeback. Yesterday, I was told that the police team said that the Freetown team sent threat to the police because they come in and, so they probably will gear it up for Freetown, and they may meet Mahaiko, and Mahaiko may just want a revenge. So
Well, we know that there's a lot of competition within the team. We have a lot of players in the police team who would have passed through the Mahaiko ranks, and so we know there's a very competitive spirit there. But the new batsman walking out there, Dylan Wills, he has had quite a decent season. Have been getting some runs here and there. Maybe not as consistent as he would like to be, but I think he would look forward to this opportunity, relishing the big stage in the semi-finals, trying to do something good for his team.
Yes, he had a stint with the Rising Sun team also, but he's now giving his allegiance to the Freetown team, and he is, as you say, he was being prevalent with some runs. I think when they scored 49 against Police, he scored 42.
Well, as we said, one of the challenges, just going back to that conversation we're having, a lot of these youngsters. I didn't see Duran Benter in the Bethesda lineup. I don't know if he's injured. I didn't see his name on the scorecard.
I know he took an operation, a minor operation, and he was telling me, I think he played a practice match, no, a game with...
Oh, that one kept low, but that's worked nicely down to fine leg region there, and so 2 runs there. That one was pretty low. Luckily for Willis, kept his eyes on it and tapped it around the corner. If that had hit the pad, that would have been another close one there. So the youngster creating some chances here, keeping it nice and full and straight, and I think that's what's needed on this type of wicket.
Yeah, so he said he played a game for Willie Keys, and I think the band for the helmet, when it rubs on the cut, it irritates it. So I don't know if that's the reason why he didn't play.
That one was nice and full again, and nicely clipped there by Willis. And then that looks like Dean Evanson with some little nifty foot movement. Lucky for him, was able to get that boot on it. If that had passed him, that probably would have run all the way down to the boundary. Yeah, but that's something I would like to see come back. I'd like to see more loyalty being shown by the players, the club. I even heard that some of the coaches. I can't leave this one out because I think this one was directed at you. Even the coaches, they said, jumping all over the place like Bonnie Rabbit. But we need to see more loyalty. We need to see more stability. I think we can see more development by the players if they're able to stay in a program for a period of time.
I agree with you. I also heard that the Andrew brothers was going to be playing at Pickett's, but then he ended up with All Saints. So this back and forth and running here and there for the progression of you, the player, is not good. No. All Saints.
Yeah. Well, Joel, speaking about Joel, he has been in some subliminal form in the schools cricket. I think he has about 2 or 3 centuries so far in the schools cricket. And this one is a loud appeal there. Let's see if he got bat onto it. The keeper did not take the catch. First, I thought it was an appeal for a leg before, but it's a leg by given. So the ball just grazing the leg and going down the leg side. Keeper there. That's not Darren Donner today. Oh, Donner is in England. Oh, Donner is all the way in England. So Mark has brought in another player again. Oh, he was here all the time. Okay. So it's Joseph here. And this one is a nice quick one. And a little movement there after the ball passed the stump. So a good little over there. So after 2 overs, the score is in pursuit of 188 for victory. 17 for 1. 17 for 1. So a successful over there by the young Joseph there. And so Mahaiko would want to build on that and try to get more wickets. Whereas Freetown now, they would look for these 2. Pete Lee is still there, joined by Wills. And they'll be looking to consolidate and put a foundation there to try and overtake this 187 scored by the Mahaiko team. Today umpires, we have Nigel Brown, and he's standing, Nigel Yami Brown. He's standing at the Browns Bay end, and we have Garfield Jacobs. He is at the Pavilion end, and we want to say good afternoon to Marlon Richards. X-Man, good to have you on board. Do hope that you're enjoying our coverage here. We want to big up our cameraman there, Arden, really trying to bring you as much of the action as close as he can. Mark in the technical booth, making sure that everything works. And of course, we have our scorers here who's assisting us greatly in keeping us informed as to the scorecard here. So everybody playing their role to ensure that this coverage is indeed informative. So it's going to be Bruni again, and he's coming around the wicket, which I am still having a challenge why he would come around the wicket. The wicket is playing low. You'd want to go over the wicket. Give yourself every opportunity for getting that LBW. It's going to be difficult to get the LBW coming around the wicket. You're going to have to be pitching line wicket to wicket, and we all know umpire Brown doesn't give that LB decision very easily. Here is Pete having a drive there, ball coming through his leg and the off and the leg stump, and so a single to the score. So the left right-handed, I'm not certain if that is giving the bowler any challenge, but I really think someone should really speak in his ears and let him just concentrate on bowling over the wicket to the right-hander and give himself the best chance of getting that LB decision.
What I think, John, that Ian needs to get out in the field as soon as possible to direct traffic out there, because as I say, Stephen is a strange captain.
There's a big drive outside the off stump, coming up with nothing there. So, Coach, I mean, again, I have to ask your wisdom. I'm not any expert here, but we're having a stiff breeze blowing across the ground here from the east to the west. I would want to see Malinga probably bowling that ball just about on the off stump and have the breeze just drift it a little bit away there and not really keeping it outside of the off stump, because if it's outside of the off stump, the batsman is not really compelled to play. But if you can get it pitched more just on about the off stump, the batsman has to play, and any little movement may be able to bite an edge.
While I agree with you with that, remember, keep in mind there's a limited over, and he will have to force to play a shot that is not there when he's not scoring. So he could force him in some errors.
This one again keeping low, and good stop by the keeper.
You see the combined school guys are up here. They already been beaten by All Saints. So the two-day competition is not starting, well, for some teams are not starting with a bang, and for some it started with some excitement. And understand also bowlers were bowled out. There were 48 for 8. You know, these scores are so pathetic.
It's quite strange. They just came out to the 40 over competition where they were scoring a lot more, and now there's a lot more time on their hands. They not seem to be adjusting to that. Malinga continues around the wicket to the left-handed wheels, and this one he is prodding at it, getting an inside edge, and the ball running down to the leg side. And so the end of another over, and so after over number 3, the score is 19 for 1 in response to 187 scored by the Mahaiko team. And so Freetown, they're looking to consolidate after losing that early wicket of Neil Thomas there. And so So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to remind you, you're watching the ACB Caribbean Dave Joseph 35 over second semifinal. Yesterday, we watched Police conquering over the Seaview Farm team. And we have the Centurion sitting right here next to us, the roly-poly. Derek Maryland scoring a fantastic century yesterday, and that was, I think Abdel, we remember the game before, he had batted not out for his team also, and I think he just continued in that vein in making that century yesterday. So congratulations to Maryland, probably the first Centurion in the Parish League for the year.
Yes, but well, ball again. The ball was full in length, and the ball started outside the leg stump and really come back nicely with the swing. But I'm not certain if he ever scored a 100 in his life. Before that, he have to correct me. But oh, he's saying 4. Okay, cheers. And that was years ago, years ago. Yeah.
Good ball in here by the youngster there, getting that one to bounce a bit. And Peatley was thinking of playing, and then he just pulled the bat inside the line, I would say. Give him the benefit of the doubt there at the last moment. No, you gotta give Maryland credit. I remember in his heyday, he was a pretty decent all-rounder, had a little pace, and could have handled himself with the bat. So he did carry himself pretty decent. That one is wide of the off stump, so wide signal by umpire Jacobs.
John, is not everybody run off his pace bowler, right? But he's handled his bat good.
No, he had a little. He could have produced a little niff here and there, but he get it whacking too now. But you know, it's all a part of the game.
But the innings yesterday was a real captain's knock after being 41-4. And I honestly believe that the 22 that Shanika made, it was equally important. It was a very good innings played by her, supporting the captain.
Well, it's Joseph trying to get another wicket for his team, but Peatley showing him the full face of the bat there, just coming forward and tapping that into the offside. Peatley is a veteran. He has been around quite a bit, and so he would back himself to. He would have seen what 2 veterans would have done earlier in the game, and he would probably back himself, want to get into that veterans club of making a half century or more for his team here.
Well, ball by Joseph.
Joseph seems to be generating a little pace there as he gets a bit warmed up. So, good ball in here. Looks like Fordyce. Yeah, Fordyce is getting into the batsman ear, trying to play a mental game here with him. Let's see how Peatley handles that. He's a veteran, so he should be able to overcome that. And this one is wide outside the off stump. And Wills was thinking of running a bye there, but Peatley was not interested in that one. So you could see Peatley walking away, trying to keep away from the discussion, trying to keep his concentration, trying to keep focus on what's the goal. Goal is to bat, and make that 188 runs. Here comes Joseph, and that one is wide down the leg side. Probably trying a little bit too hard there was Joseph, and pushing that way wide, and so easing up the pressure there. So another run going on to 21. And Cleve Cornelius is telling me, Mr. John Baptist, my fingers are itching. Itching for what, Cleve? I don't know. And Joseph again. No, he sent it through our Facebook feed. Here he is again, going down the leg side. So another wide again. So the youngster losing it a bit, probably getting a little bit too excited. A lot of chit-chatter there, so probably trying to put in a little extra. And there the captain, Stephen Fain, running down with him. Good to see the captain running down with him, giving him some word of encouragement, just telling him to relax, get it right. And, that's good to see when the captain and the senior players can give some good counsel to the youngsters there. So it's Joseph again. And again, it's down the leg side. And this time, this one beats the keeper. And this one kind of has a leg to go to the boundary. No. And they're able to come back for 2 byes. So, 2 wides. So 3 wides in essence. So Joseph there, definitely something has gone wrong, coach. 3 deliveries down the leg side, back to back to back.
But if you know the bowling is a pulling action, and he's pushing it instead of pulling it across the stress, and so he just needs to stay upright and get the ball in the right area. This one is a bit better.
Much better there, and Pete Lee again equal to the task and just tapping that into the offside. So the end of over number 4, and the score goes up to 25 for 1. So good start, I would say, by the Freetown team. And we see Ian Tittle now probably feeling a little bit more relaxed, and so he's coming back onto the field, and maybe he's also coming on to give some advice. But let's see, it's going to be Bruni continuing from the Browns Bay end. So he has a slip, a man in the gully region, as Bruni is over the wicket, and again just outside of the off stump. I know Coach Hughes says a limited overs, but I believe in the early stages you got to try and get those wickets. You need to get those wickets, and I believe he has the breeze. He has to use it to his advantage. Bowl just a little bit tighter. Let the batsman play. Because the longer the batsman stays there and is able to get his eye in, batting then becomes a lot easier. And we would have seen that with Tittle and Evanson in their innings. And then another wide again. And then he's putting a lot of pressure on the youngster. He's trying to keep it outside the off stump, but the breeze is very strong. So I have to differ with the coach there on this one. I'd really love to see him bowling it a little tighter and giving the batsman letting the batsman play, giving his slip and his gully a chance for a catch. See the batsman jumping into position, and the ball is playing low. He's shouting out to his teammate, the ball is playing low.
Remember I told you earlier how Ian makes the game look so simple, and he's now being told by the veteran Aston Richard Jr. that
and there's a loud appeal for a caught behind, and he's giving him out. So Wills, I think, was trying a little fox there with the umpire. I think he knew he played it, but he was trying to play innocent there, and but umpire Brown had none of it. And so good breakthrough again. As I said, let him play and give your team a chance.
Yes, as I was saying that I was saying to you earlier that Ian makes the game look simple because he was on his front foot. There's nothing that can be disturbing out there. He was playing his back foot, and then shout to him was Aston Richard Jr. because nobody out there can bowl any bouncer, you know. So most of the batters make cricket looks harder than it really is, and sometimes you wonder.
Well, we want to say good afternoon to John Paul Grove. And John Paul Grove is watching us from all the way in the UK. And so, John Paul, we want to say good to have you on board. And we hope that you're enjoying our commentary and our viewing here. We have our team here trying to do the best that we can to bring you live coverage of the ACB Caribbean Dave Joseph 35 over semi-final. Yesterday, Police booked their spot into the final by a comprehensive victory over the Seaview Farm team. Seaview Farm doing pretty well, Abdel Hughes, after years and years of absence in the Parish League circuit, cricketing circuit, finally making a comeback this year and making it all the way to the semi-final spot.
Yes, we give a really good credit to Tris, you know, the hard work and the headache that he get to people to come and practice and roll the wicket, and they get in the semi-final for the first time playing, you know, back after so many years. Every time you look around, John, there's some policeman in my eyesight.
Well, hold on there, update. You know, a whole bus out there.
Is that so?
A whole police bus out there now. So I believe the police in Antigua right now. Everybody a free talk.
But you got to give them credit. They have won all their 6 games, and Nicholas is telling me just say 7 one time. 'Cause whoever come, but I'll be holding the tears. I'll be wiping his tears next week Saturday when they lost to whoever they play against.
The new batsman at the crease is Yannick Watley. I think we did an interview with him last week when we were here, and so some responsibility now on his shoulder. He's batting with a veteran Pete Lee, so I'm sure Lee would be trying to give him some guidance along the way. And this is much better bowling. This is what I want. This is what I'd like to see. Just bowl wicket to wicket. Don't go around the wicket. Give yourself that chance to get that LBW. They've now made the adjustment, having 3 men now on the leg side, which I think gives the bowler a little bit more leeway to bowl a lot straighter. And so another over comes to an end, over number 5, and after 5 overs in the bag, the score is 26 for 2. So good over there, Coach Hughes, getting 1 wicket, 1 run in that over.
Yes, the wicket is a very tricky wicket to bat on. All right, but I know you were saying that you bowl wicket to wicket, but it might be so that then there's an element of you going down the leg side. But if he bowled within that wide line and you don't have the batsman, he's not scoring. There's added pressure on the batsman. He has to score some point in time. So is that always a wicket to wicket bowling that you as a commentator like to see? But what the captain will ask him to bowl, that he'll have to bowl, because then if you're not bowling what the captain asks of you, you have no choice than to get some others bowling what he wants.
We see Tittle immediately taking control of the field here and setting the field. So I guess he's assisting Fane in the setting of the field. And of course we're hearing Fordyce. We can hear Dwayne Fordyce from all the way here. So is a new bowler or same Joseph continuing?
The same Joseph.
So Joseph, so there's still having faith in Joseph. He did bowl a triplet of wides, but the captain showing some faith in him as he comes. This one is outside and it's slashed over a wide, I would say probably 3rd, 4th slip, and it goes close to the boundary, but it holds up and they're coming back. Well, young Watley wanted to come for the 3rd, but the veteran Pete Lee had no interest. He just hobbled back into his crease, and so 2 runs there. So it was a little short and wide outside the off stump, and there was Pete Lee having a swing at it and just getting over the 3rd, 4th slip area for 2 more runs. Much better delivery, nice and full. So, Coach, question: What would you recommend bowling from the pavilion end with that breeze blowing across? What line would you want to see your bowlers employ in these sort of condition here? Okay, while Coach Hughes gets his thought together, we have a slip, a man on the 3rd man boundary as Joseph. Again, this one is wide outside the off stump, and a swing there by Lee. The ball did not get up at all, and so the umpire signals wide. Akash Joseph is saying, "Come on, Freetown, bat on." So Freetown getting some support here. Third man is being sent even wider. So So Joseph is struggling a bit with his bowling as he comes into young Watley. Whoa, that was close inside edge onto the pad. Very, very fortunate for the youngster there. Not really having much foot movement, just stood tall, ball kept low, and then just had to bring his bat down on it quickly. Luckily for him, his pad was in the way and avoided any damage. Any idea where the finals will be played next week? Well,
Public?
they would want the home field advantage.
Police is saying.
Oh, it's usually neutral. Chance for a run out here. Good
Well done,
try
you.
here by the youngster Bruni, and a chance for overthrow. Sloppy bit of Peter backing up here by the Mahaiko team, going through two men. First of all, going through Evanson and then another youngster there. So 2 runs to the youngster there.
That's Francis that throws the ball. They open the bat.
Oh, the young Francis. Wow, you have a
Yeah.
powerful arm there, man.
Yeah. And he feels the ball in the correct way, in attacking position, and looks good.
So another over is in the bag. 6 overs completed. After 6 overs, chasing 188 for victory. The score is... You just wait on the scorers to give me an update there. So Bruni continues from the Browns Bay end, Harmony Hall end, Nonsuch Bay end. It'll be interesting what a Fritonian would call this end. I'm sure they have their own little local name for these areas around here. Some adjustment again being made in the field by the Mahaiko team. They have a slip, a gully, a point, extra cover, and that one is outside the off stump, and Pete Lee watching it all the way through. Coach Hughes, Pete Lee from up here, he looks very determined. Look like he wants to bat long. He wants to score for his team.
But he's not that type of player. He's a dashing player. He likes to get on with it, but the wicket is not conducive for that. It's a poor feeling there at the wide mid-on region.
And this is why I'm saying that he's looking like he wants to bat long. He seems very disciplined, not the Pete Lee way would be accustomed to, but he's demonstrating some restraint, some responsibility for his team. There is Yannick coming long, pushing that front foot out and leaving that one alone. So he has 5 men, six men on the offside. So definitely the plan is clear. Keep that ball outside of the off stump. 33 for 2. We're in over number 7. And he's having a whiff outside of the off stump, and that one is signaled wide. Wow. That was a tight one, but umpire Brown deciding that went out of the tram line, and so he signaled wide there. Coach Hughes, I'm not certain if you follow the female World Cup. We got to congratulate Australia. They defeated England in the finals. So I think it's that's Meg Lanning team. Yeah, being victorious in the women's World Cup there. Bruni to Yannick, to Watley, sorry, and stifle appeal, and the young and energetic Francis. Looks like a little baseball player there out there. Have the
The pant is a bit long, so you make the adjustment.
yes. But this is a real delight, to see the youngster coming out there. Coach Hughes, most of the interviews we do on our program on Thursdays talking Parish League. Oh, lovely shot here by Watley, just caressing that through the cover region. Can it make it to the boundary? No, pulls up, and so 2 runs there to Watley. Yeah, Coach Hughes say most of the interviews we do on our program on Thursdays, a lot of the guys will tell you they started playing at age 12, age 13, age 10, and and now I'm seeing the young Francis there. Just really brings me back to those experiences these guys would have thought of, and must be a real good experience for him to really be on the field of play at that young tender age.
Yeah, that's the type of age that used to play cricket back in the day. Everybody just, because there's not much used to be around, the field was just there to be occupied, and everyone, even though you didn't like it, you just have to be a part of it until it actually becomes a part of you. And so that's the type of age that everyone used to be involved with sport. This one is tapped to the cover point region and chased down now by the fielder, and they get 2 easily runs.
Nicely played there. I'm surprised that they continuing with Joseph, but I see Tittle now has come 1 shot. Peatley was struggling there. Surprised they continue with Joseph, but I see what has happened now. Tittle has now come right next to him to offer him some guidance and some support. So showing some confidence in the youth.
As I was saying earlier, Tittle need to get out on the field to lend that guidance and experience-wise. And as you see now, he gets himself out to the mid-on region to have a talk with the young Joseph.
Yes, and that is very good, and the youngster would need that. And once he's receptive to ideas.
There's nothing more encouraging than when you're bowling and someone at mid-off or mid-on and should encouraging you, because there are times when your own teammate can get on your back and you don't know what to do.
This one is short, and there's Lee having a swash at it, and he misses, and the umpire says that's wide. So Joseph been bowling quite a few wides there, and so a lot of runs. Don't think Mahaiko has the luxury of giving away all these wides, but I guess they're trying with the youngster. Here's Tittle telling him, come on, get it right, cool down. Oh, absolutely no foot movement, just at the last minute just deciding to waffle his bat at it, fell short of the keeper.
Wicket is not really carrying. It's a hard wicket to bat on, and if you're in the slot, you can play to the line. But if it's back of a good length, it's difficult to score. As I was saying earlier, John, yesterday, always when you left police ground with all that scenery where the traffic is moving up and down, and you come over the same start of balcony, and then when you look, it's all shops in front of you. It's totally different,
You're enclosed by nature.
I guess.
And this one, Peatley is short, and Peatley is having a little hike at it, and he's getting 2 runs there. So a short delivery, and Peatley's latching onto it, not really hitting it with any conviction, any power, but finding the gap and getting 2 runs here. So we're right here in the Freetown community, right next to the Freetown Primary School. As we said earlier, Coach Hughes, that should be the farm, that should be the production unit for cricket, not only cricket, but sporting activities in the community. That is where it should all start.
Most definitely. This one has been played inside
An
edge.
appeal, but yeah, I think I must agree with you, coach. I felt there was an inside edge there.
Yeah, and, yeah, it should be of all the schools being the breeding ground. Where you go?
So the end of over number 8 and the score 40, 40, 40 for 2. So remember, Mahaiko, they won the toss and they decided to bat, and they made 187 at their time at the crease. Both Ian Tittle and Dean Evanson getting half centuries there, and so it's it's Bruni, and this one is nice and full. Well played by Watley, just digging that one out. Watley digging that one out there. Want to say good afternoon to, hope I'm pronouncing your name right, Saye Fort, and this looks like from Nevis. Nevis. Mark, did I hear right? Did the Van Semery?
Yeah.
He died, yeah. So
Yeah.
we want to, we want to express our sympathy, greetings to the whole Nevision population on the passing of Van Semery there. I know a very good friend of Taddy Arundel. Taddy, I always speak about him. We were supposed to get him on one of our shows, but so I'm seeing Say Fort. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. All the way in there in Nevis, repping for Nevis, and so good to have you aboard our commentary here.
I had the privilege of, because there was a Leeward Island Masters tournament that used to play. Well, I used to be a part of it. I had the privilege of playing against Vance Emery and Luther Kelly, and so when I heard that he passed, it was shocking because I didn't know he was even sick. It's part of life.
Yep, the process of life. And so again, on behalf of the entire Parish League circuit, we want to extend our sympathy greetings to his family and the country island of St. Kitts and Nevis. But it's a youngster, Bruni, trying to make his mark on the cricketing stage, bowling a nice tidy line just outside of the off stump, and Yannick decided not to have anything to do with that. And so good to have cricket back, Abdel. We waited in the wings over 2 years without having any cricket. We yearned and urged for it, and now cricket is back. We had international cricket here a couple of weeks back with England and the West Indies. We had our Super 40, nice shot here by the youngster standing tall and punching that into the point region there. And so we're now into the semi-final of the ACB Dave Joseph.
Seen Malik Gerald is on the balcony now, taking a shot that he wide now ball and signal by umpire Brown. Malik spent some good an hour on the western side of the field, and have no doubt have gotten enough shots from down there and come and taking it from the balcony. This one is hit straight over a short ball, and was hit over the head of Malinga, and it's run down, and they got 2. End of the 9th over. Score is 44 for 2. Freetongue's batting in reply. 188 for victory. Playing against Mahaiko. Now we're seeing the young 13-year-old Francis, who will take up the attack. So Francis will take over from Joseph from the pavilion end. Yeah. Yeah. And he got a 6'3" feel also. There's a third man. I wondered if you really want that deep third man because of the pace in which Francis is bowling. I wonder if he really needs that deep third man. But wide, and it beats the keeper and the first slip in, and comes around from that wide, deep third man is Malinga, and so the score now is 47. Well, ball him, Francis. A ball that was pitched up, and Yannick Watley was forward, and the gap was between the bat and third, and the middle stump was thrown back. And so 47 for 3, Freetown in pursuit of 188 for. And we're in the second semi-final. Freetown is coming up against the Mahaiku team. And so the winner of this game will be coming up against the police team tomorrow, next week, Saturday. So 47, 46 for 3. I remember, I know, no doubt Malik is taking this photo of this 13-year-old Francis. It bring back memories of him when he was playing for Pickets, when the ball could have hardly got to the keeper, and the spectators were cursing me. Why you give this youngster the ball? But there was a purpose, and down the road, and he came and opened the ball for Pickets, and they were so elated. I remember he got a man of the match in the T20 when he bowled down Aston Richard Jr. And so when you know what you want in life, you'll go for it. As we watch Francis to Ian to bowl, the ball was pitched right in line, and
Coach Hughes had to ease out there a while ago. Was it the young Francis I see with the first delivery, clean bowling? Yeah, Watley.
Yes.
For a short young bowler, you have a good run up there now. Have a good length run up. Oh, he doesn't seem to be struggling at all. He seems to have that strength in his arm, and that's lovely. One bounce.
They're gonna have the feeler there for Ian. For Richie, he plays those shots without hesitation.
So
but he's bowling a good line and not afraid to pitch up the ball. And knowing this, because of the nature of the wicket, he himself will get some success. So you're watching now. There's an adjustment. Might be run out here. Wheatley is a bit late in coming off. The fielder himself was a bit late in moving off. And so they get this single easily in the end. I'll be looking forward next week Saturday for this final. Beautiful ball in there by Francis outside the off stump, and Petley swashes outside the off stump and then misses. Ball go to Wills behind the stump, and there is no run. So the score moves on to 53. 51.
The 50 up for Freetown.
Oh, 4.
How many overs? How many overs completed?
10.
10. All right. So I would say even Stevens. Yeah, I think I could say that.
I think the Freetown innings is hinged on this partnership.
Most definitely.
If they could get Richie, they'll be under some pressure, and he's gonna left a lot with Dwayne.
Dwayne, yeah. I think this is a good move.
Yeah.
I think Dwayne has the experience. He has the guile, and I think he can match wits with Austin Richards. Austin might be a little bit overpowering for some of the youngsters, but I think Dwayne is able to match him wit for wit. So let's see. Starting a bit defensive. Not too certain why, but everybody is miles away. Well, I'm being exaggerative, but miles away from the bat. No close catchers. Ian Tittle there at the short mid-wicket, maybe. But it's Fordyce around the wicket to Coach Hughes. I'm seeing something here. There could be a chance of a run out here.
Yes.
I see Austin Richards is very eager to get off, turn over the strike, but he must recognize that Pete Lee is not Pete Lee is not a spring chicken by any stretch of the imagination, and he's going for a drive outside the off stump, beaten there. This time he's
Good feeling there by Dean Evanson in the covers, and another dot ball.
This one is flighted a little bit and almost yorked him. Just got the bat down in time to the long on position, getting an easy single. Definitely, Tittle is taking control of the field right now, placing in terms of the field placement. I would love to see Dwayne getting a little more support, a little more attacking feel. I think he's a trump bowler. He's one that can keep it tight. He can take some wickets, and you got to give him that opportunity to take those wickets. So I would like to see some more close catchers. But let's see how this one pans out. Half out of the appeal, but Fordyce signaling going down legs, so umpire Brown has no problem with that. So after 11 overs, in pursuit of 188 for victory to make it into the finals position, it's 52 for 3. 52 for 3, so another 136 runs needed, Coach Hughes, from 24 overs. The whole police force up your boy, Abdi. You're well protected.
Yeah.
You're well protected. Oh, well, look. He bowled out Bethesda 2
No, he didn't play.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah, he didn't
We just have Vincent Shedrack Jr. in the commentary booth here.
The last time Valentine was up here, John Valentine picked up some 5 for 19.
5 for 19?
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, but since then he haven't got a wicket. So and I can remember the first game they played at Willikes I saw a photo on Facebook. Nichols,
29er.
29er, and a pink bag. And then what's the number after that?
Well, I mark an area code. But it's young Francis. And this one is driven over the infield. But no timing really. And so they're able to get 2 runs. So I love the drive here by Pete. Not really getting to the pitch of it. Maybe again the pitch being a bit slow. So not getting the timing, but getting enough to clear the infield and get in 2 runs.
Well, ball
That
by
was
Francis.
nice and straight.
A good single.
But Pete was equal to the task there.
It's a good
All his
single.
stumps were exposed there a while ago, but lucky for him, the bat came straight down and he was able to tap it to the offside to get a single. We have Omali Helliger here saying, "Go, let's go, Mahaiko." So all the fans are here now.
Ball.
And an inside edge here for Austin Richards Jr. And Coach Hughes, a lot will be resting on the shoulders of Austin Richards here. We know he has played all the way for the West Indies team already, so a lot will be resting on his shoulder if Freetown are to advance to the finals.
Most definitely. With all the experience and the guy that he has, and he's the one who is really depending. The Freetown team is depending on, so that Pete Lee and the others will come and support him. But he needs to stay there to the end if Freetown is going to come through and play in the final.
Well, I know the Freetonians are pretty confident that they could chase down the score, but we'll see as young Francis comes in again. What I've loved with young Francis bowling to date is he has not been afraid to carry the ball up.
But he has no choice. He has no pace. He's bowling the right line, the right length that he can. You know, he's doing a good job. He's doing a good job. Like the ball, the umpires, the ball probably bursts.
Is there a challenge with these balls? This is about the 3rd or 4th time for this season I've seen the ball come under scrutiny by the umpires.
Just yesterday, in the last over, the change of ball yesterday.
Yeah, and I think we saw that up here when we were here last week also. So I'm wondering, Mark, we're going to have to check these quality of balls we're using. They seem not to be able to withstand. And there hasn't been any really ferocious hitting, so I'm wondering,
Right, exactly.
you know, what's going on with these balls. So, Taddy, I know you're listening, so I know you will take that up and say, oh, John talk about day. We have, who's this? Brevon Payne. He's telling Francis, chip them up. So Francis has his supporters here, Coach Hughes. Brevon Payne is telling him to chip up the Freetown team here. So we want to say real thank you to our viewers. Please continue sharing your comments and your ideas with us. So we have a little break in the play here as there's a ball change, and I see the batsman Pete Lee getting some refreshment. A couple of the Mahaiko guys also coming out, probably looking some refreshment. And so the umpire would be very mindful of the time and try and get this change quickly. So it's 57 for 3. And we're here in the beautiful community of Freetown. And we have relative good support. We have a good contingent from the police team here as they are scouting their opponents for next week. As you know, police yesterday, they booked themselves into the into the finals by beating DNR Construction, Seaview Farm. And so now Mahaiko and Freetown, they're battling to see who will win, who will make it into the finals. Well, Cleaver's put his hand up. He said he wants a police and Mahaiko finals. But Cleaver Martin says, let's go Freetown, we can do this. So yeah, we have it. Keep it coming, guys, keep it coming. So there's good support here for Freetown, good support here for Mahaiko. So let's see where it's gonna go. We have the 29er here. I don't know what. I don't know if you think he can score runs up here. Tell him runs is scored in the middle, Abdel, not out here.
That's right, not in the pavilion.
Well, looks like we are going to resume shortly. The umpire has changed the ball, it looks like. And so, nice, bright, sunny day. We're here in this spanking, still ongoing, construction is still ongoing, but very lovely pavilion here. And I really want to give the Freetown community, those responsible for it, credit for really doing this initiative here. I think it speaks volume, and as I said last week, I do hope that the community would respect it, would care it.
Yes, they saw an open bat came up here some time back, and he was blowing.
Lennox Western, yeah. What they call it? Chocho? What is coming to him? Choco, yes. Yeah. Come on. Well, you know, election times, campaign too, so you have to make
He
it.
built it. He's the one who, yeah.
Oh, that's why my co-host was a bit oh, Taddy, come on, man. We gotta give credit where credit is due. I mean, well, I hope it's not a political
Well, what else can it be?
building. I hope it's for the community and not for political. No. I know I'm not going to agree. This is a community structure. This can't be no political structure. It's a community. You have to make sure. No, we let these politicians get with a lot of things now.
I agree with you.
We have to
I agree
let
with you.
the polity. We appreciate what you're doing, but let you know this is a community
It's
effort.
their duty to do this for
It's
the
a
community.
effort. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not a party business. Anyway, here's Francis beating Pete Lee outside of the off stump, and I must say, very impressed with the young Francis here, looking real promising here, Abdel Hughes.
Yes, I like the look of him. I must admit though, I remember when Malik was about that age, when I gave him the ball to open for pickets. I got under some scrutinies from the spectators, because before you came around the club, we had some hostile spectators, the Paquet, the Reagan, and those guys. But I wasn't worried about them because I know what I wanted for the team. And but he wasn't as consistent as Malik. But then you see how Malik turned out to be, So I was preparing him for eventually, and he eventually take the ball and open for pickets, and But sometimes when spectators want to see win all the time and don't see what the coach has in mind, it'll be very, very difficult to please them.
Well, Brevin is saying that's what it's going to be once he's saying once Mahaiko can get Austin Richards Jr. It definitely will be a Police Mahaiko finals. And Cleaver Martin is saying he played the first game.
One.
Cleaver Martin is saying here he actually played the first game against Newfield, but was unable to continue due to transportation. So I get he had some transportational issues, so he couldn't continue. Yeah, guys, keep these comments going. That's what we want to be. Let's keep it. Let's keep it interactive.
I like the active movement from the young Francis.
Yeah, but I don't want to come off of this this community center here or whatever, community pavilion. That was a quicker one by Ford. A chance for a run out, and a sloppy bit of fielding there by the young man there. Because I think they had a chance there at Pete Lee. Coach Hughes, my position is clear. I don't care who build it. When you build it, you're going to know you're building it for the community.
Right.
If you want to build a political office, build it somewhere else, not on a sporting field. A sporting field is for the community, and anything that is on the sporting field must be vested in the community.
I agree. I totally agree with you. And I also going to put this point in where there are many clubs around Antigua, and the seeds of the politician are planted in them. And when that has happened, they are destructive for the sport club.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I'm not going to blame the politician. I'm going to blame the club. When I say the club, the
Yes.
members.
Mhm.
We welcome anybody. Once you're doing something for the community,
Mhm.
it doesn't matter whether it's orange, pink, yellow, or green.
Yeah.
What we want is for the community development, because what this structure is supposed to do, it is supposed to galvanize the community, galvanize the sporting cultures. So whether it be football, whether it be cricket, maybe even basketball. We have a basketball court behind here. Whether it be basketball, this can serve as a support
For each sport.
for each sport.
Right.
So this is what I expect this edifice to be. And so I want to commend, if Mr. Lennox Wexton did it, I want to commend him. But the community now must ensure that it is used for the right purpose.
I totally agree with you. And yes, you got to blame the clubs who went that low to allow politicians to come and sow their seed within the club, not for the right purpose. So I agree with you.
Look, all help is welcome. But
Yeah.
the help must not come with a condition.
Right. Right.
If you're helping, you're helping,
Right.
not with a condition.
And the bottom line is that's what they're there for. But they have their own reason or purpose behind why they came. But you as the club needs to know what your prerogative is and stick with that.
But you see, Coach used to, I'll tell you too, I mean, even in the clubs, in life generally, I guess we must say, we also are all political in our own ways and beings. And so sometimes, as I said, we are the ones who really cultivate and make these things happen. But that's a discussion for another time. But I just wanted to go on record and say I really enjoy what I'm seeing here. And I do hope that the community will care it and that they would cherish it and use it for the right purpose, for the development of the youngsters and the people. This can be a cultural hall also. This has many purposes it can serve for the people of Freetown.
Yes. As we look around and the policemen, they had some big drinking up last night. And they're continuing then on that victory that they had yesterday. And
No, but we have to give police team credit. I mean,
course.
going 6-0.
of course.
And I think they have won most of their game very convincingly. And so, you got to give them credit. As I said, Moreland, not because he's sitting right here, a lot of credit has been given to him. He's been carrying the team in terms of organization. And, a lot of credit must go to him and the management of the police team for really putting in this performance this year.
Yes. Just a minute ago, Maryland, Nichols brought something that was very burning to the nose in front of me, and then while talking, Maryland in his wisdom, think I was just born, showing me a bottle of water, but stay hydrated, right? Yeah, that can be seen. Yeah, tea.
Mahaiko, who we have here? So we have another Hansel Philip is saying, Hansel Philip is saying, keep them politicians at bay. I won't really say keep the politicians at bay. I would say they can come, but they must be told what it is and when it is and where it is. Too often we lower our standards and let them take over our operations. And so the people in charge, although sometimes we have to be honest, even the people in charge too, they are also politically driven. And so you do get that. So the people have to come together and really stand up for the community. But I will go on record and say thanks to Mr. Weston for what I'm seeing here. But I'm going to put the responsibility on the community now to ensure that this is used for a community purpose. All right, let me just give you an update on the score here. So I think we have over number 65 from 14. Remember, the Freetown team, they're chasing 188 for victory. Mahaiko made 187. And so far, Coach Hughes, we've seen quite a lot of extras. I wonder if our scorers can give us a tally of the extras so far in this 65. It has been quite a lot, and so that must be a bother. How much? 26 extras out of 65. That must be very bothersome for the captain of the Mahaiko team.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing a semi-final, and you want to see the best. The best game played in this crucial game, and you can't give away 26 when you're chasing and you just bowl what 14 overs. 14 overs, they already bowled 26 wide extras. And yesterday, even in the semi-final, how the poor feeling we saw from the CV Farm team, Jap Maryland some 5 times. And at least he batted and carry on. And that was a very good innings in itself. 118 not out.
How much did you get, Jap?
I was 5.
5.
And I believe if I go back and look, I'll find some more.
Our viewers can go back on our Facebook page.
Yes,
you can go back
yeah.
on the ACB Caribbean page, and you can get a review of that innings. Bevan has a message for you, Abdel. He says, Abdel, we not have no big drink up last night. Stop lying us.
Who's that Bevan?
Good afternoon to the police skipper, Maryland.
Who's that Bevan?
Bevan Payne.
I was told that when your guys came up here. I wasn't there with you, you guys, Bevan. Bullet, a.k.a. Bullet, LaShawn.
Akash Joseph is saying, let's go, Pete. We need a 50. So Pete Rose now. Pete is getting some some motivation here to get a 50. But it's going to be 4 dice as he's going to come into the left-handed Austin Richards. This one is nicely flighted. Oh, and he just dipped it there. But Stephen probably moved off a bit late there, and the ball just falling short of him. So that one just hugging in the pitch a bit. And near escape here for Richards. 4 dice again, nice and full, and this is driven down to the long on position for a single. So lucky escape there for Richards there just a while ago, Coach Hughes.
Yeah, Stephen was a bit on his heel, and so Stephen Richards lived to fight on, and it could be crucial. You know how many lives we saw Maryland lived yesterday.
And that was a quick one there by 4 dice, but Pete is showing him the full face of the bat. This one is flighted, but Pete Lee again showing the full face of the bat. You could see a real composure of Pete Lee. He's batting with a purpose. Even how he just walked there a while ago, you could see it's all purposeful. And definitely, Pete Lee is really showing that he wants to bring this home for the Freetonians here, and he's really working hard at it.
Yeah, and him and 4 dice have something going, but if you notice when. Not only now he's engaging 4 dice, but he turned his back on 4 dice and talking to his teammate. So it's a game we have on our hand here today. But we hope to see some more tighten up of some good bowling instead of all those extras. And
but
sometimes even the keeper, even though it's a wide, you can clean it up bend to give an extra run by let it pass.
But a little evaluation of the Mahaiko team. I'm wondering if they're a little bit short on bowling.
Could be.
When I look at Francis, Malinga, and Joseph as the premier bowlers here.
And then Ian probably bowls.
Well, Mark Charles in the background, and Holloway that Dean Everson may have to twirl his hand a bit.
Ian preferably.
Don't know if Dean has that energy after that innings there, but it's going to be Francis as he continues, young 13-year-old, to the veteran Austin Richards, and this is slapped down the ground, and a single to Austin Richards.
What I like with the police team, Malik, give them the cushion. He normally come start, from the pinch hitting point of view. He got 89 last week, Saturday. And then Maryland came yesterday with 100. And so it's not hinged on one player, and it's a contribution, and also there's a
So there was a lofted drive here by Pete Lee. There was cries of catch it, but never got close to the fieldsman. Then it bounced and just squirted away from him.
And also there was another scorer who is the extras, 88 extras. He plays his part.
But you know who we haven't talked about a lot, and I think has to get some credit, Valentine. I think he has played some crucial innings for the tournament thus far. Not as flashy as the other players, but very effective in his scoring, rotating the strike, and I think he has played a big role, much like what Sean Isha did yesterday in that partnership with Maryland.
Yes, but what I see, that they're stifling the same Valentine from getting his cut. He likes to play through cover, and he doesn't get much of that for the few games I saw him batting. And he's forcing the issue to give himself room to get between there, and he's not really getting off on a regular basis. But while talking to you, there's a guy looking straight in my mouth. Want to hear me talk about that 29?
The 29er?
Yeah.
That area code don't have any validity anymore. But it's young Francis. You're watching here, 13 years of age. And he comes, and this one is going for a big swing, a loud appeal, but the umpire immediately said not out. So apparently going down the leg there, and leg by Given. So there was a loud appeal here. There was Richards playing across the line, missed it, but luckily for him, the umpire felt it was going down the leg side.
For the sake of the policemen, I'm hoping that they'll win the final, because I know if they lost, it'll be some heartbreak, and I don't want
this one now going down the leg side again to the right hand. That is a chance for a run out. Can he make it? And Pete Lee is really struggling there to get in, but he got in, and so got a bat onto that one going down the leg side. And so another over comes into the back, the end of over number 16. And the score 82 for 3. So
16, so you got 9 more overs, 19 more overs, sorry.
Yes, 19 more overs
to get 100 and
to get 106.
106.
Yeah, then we need 188 for victory. But Coach Hughes, I mean, let's just talk a little bit about young Francis. When you have someone like that as a coach, how do you approach them? How do you handle them at that young, tender age?
A good feeling there by the same Francis. Handled in what way?
From a coaching perspective, you're up here, you see him on the field, you see and there's a nice little sweep shot here by Austin Richards. Does it have the leg to make to the boundary? No, it doesn't. Pulls up there, and so they get 2 runs. No, I'm saying we're up here, we're seeing obviously, I would say, some talent, some interest. I mean, if you got him on the how do you work with a youngster like that from a young age like that? That's a loud appeal, and the umpire says not out. I wonder if he got a little bat onto that. Looked like that might have been the only thing that could have saved him. A little edge that looked dead straight. And so, cheers.
First of all, to start beginning with this game, the responsibility alone is too much for him. He shouldn't be bowling. Now, this is his Francis. Francis is bowling this fourth. He bowled 4 overs. Now, you don't want him to overbowl and get injured. But then at the look of things for Mahaiko, it seems as he has to bowl a 7. Right? And so that alone, that starts danger for him. But you see, at that age in England, Australia, Pakistan, those big countries, they don't at that age they don't bowl at that length of wicket. Yeah, when I was in England, they have the different strip where they have the different length in which those age. As they get older, then you step up the length. And they have the weight of ball in which they bowl. But here we bowl with one weight of ball, one length of wicket, right? So they, in terms of the protection,
We'll get back to you there, Coach Hughes. Brevon tell you, stop spreading hearsay. Cleve Cornelius. Let's go, Dwayne. Use all your experience. Akish, update score of batsman. Or scorer, can I get the score of the batsman? And Akish is telling, Brevon is saying, Pam or Dean go have to bowl later on. So that is, so 19 for Austin Richards Jr. has 19 and 25 for Pete Lee. All right. So 5 overs on a trot for young Francis, 13 years of age. Comes in over the wicket. Nice and full. And Pete Lee playing a bit late there. Who else we have here? Akish is saying, oh, that's for you. Akish is saying, Pamadine have to bowl later on. Akish is saying, bat on Pete. Hansel Phillip, come on guys, take it to the bowlers. So Hansel want to see some fireworks. Akish is also saying, time to press on the gas, boys. And Brevon is saying, come on, Yami, that look plumb. So our viewers, Coach Hughes, having their say on what they're seeing. And so we want to big up, Taddy Arundel. And, I mean, Taddy has a vision, Abdel, of turning the Parish League network into a rival of Sports Max. And some may think it is far-fetched, but from the man that I know Taddy Arundel is, whatever his dream, his desire is, he normally gets it. And so, it's so nice to see that we could bring live commentary, live cricket. Even we have people in the UK watching cricket in the community of Freetown. And so people like Mark, Charles, and so we have to big them up. Garfield. Garfield, Brown, Budskin, a.k.a. Budskin, all these guys working behind the scene. You don't see them on the camera, but they work behind the scenes to make sure that this production comes out to you guys. And Arden, we have Arden, our cameraman, also in the background there doing yeoman's work. And so we want to really big up the, if you want to call them, the backroom staff. They're working hard to make sure that this commentary comes out to you. And who is this now? We have Dallas Thomas. Really love the commentary. Good. Thanks for your comment, Dallas. Really appreciate that.
He's in Australia.
Yes. Oh, yes, we did an interview with Dallas. Yeah, that's true. And this one. I must say, Coach, I'm very impressed with the composure that Pete Lee has shown thus far in his innings. He has looked very determined. Looks like he wants to bat long and bat all the way through.
Yes, he's playing. They're both playing good cricket. They're picking up the singles. Francis is bowling a good line and length. He's bowling wicket to wicket, so you just can't play silly shot because he's a 13-year-old. Will bowl again, but
what I'm just observing to coach, what I like with the youngster, he seems to have a plan. When the left-hander come, he goes around the wicket.
That's right.
When it's the right-hander, he goes over the wicket. So he seems like he has a plan. He's working. He has an idea what he wants to accomplish, and this is very good to see. The thinking. But coach, back to the question that I asked you, really where I was going from, because one of the challenges I'm seeing with our youngsters is that mental development of the game. And so the question really I was trying to get at, do you take them under your wings and work? And that one is a lofted high. Is that a chance or will that go? That's a big one. And so Pete Lee finally opening his shoulders to one pitch stop and lofting that high over the long off boundary and clearing the fieldsman comfortably for 6. So the first maximum of the innings, second maximum for the innings, and good batting there by Pete Lee there. So the end of the over, after over number 18, in pursuit of 187, the score 88 for victory. The score is 95 for 3.
John, the party is bigger than I think. There's a cooler up on the balcony for the policemen, and half of the policemen are down there. There's
The cameraman can get me here. I'm having a drink, compliment the police team, I don't know what I'm drinking, but I'm having a drink,
I know what
compliment
I'm
the police team. And so we want to pick up the police team. Gatorade. I'm told it's a green Gatorade. So I'm enjoying it while I provide. And also we see the Freetown batsman here, Pete Lee. That's 6 o'clock out to him, boy. But coach, you got to drink right after he knocked the 6th day.
Yeah, he's batting good. They're batting sensible. And that's what you want to see. One is the good cricket played and pushing on the singles. The hardest thing to get in cricket is a single. When you want to hit 6, you're going to out. But when you start getting those singles, then the 4 runs come, it adds. And so they're playing smart cricket just as Dean and Ian did. So it's good to see.
Yeah, back to the question I was asking you, coach, of the youngster. When you get a youngster like that under your wing, do you work on the mental faculty? Do you try to build them mentally, or do you concentrate on the technical aspect of the game more, or do you have a balance in terms of what you try to inject into them?
More or less a balance. Yeah, you can't over too many information can't overload. They're young, you got to work with them accordingly. Nothing can happen overnight. But it's more or less a balance, and you try to keep them on the right path. Life also is important, not just the sport. Cricket is just a part of life. So when you could let them understand what life is all about coming up while you're playing the game. So they can understand where you're trying to get them to go, instead of just force them to play cricket. It's not all about cricket. I was listening the show Thursday, and I was very impressed with the way in which, and it's not the only one who said, Theophile was saying that what he learns from Taddy, the discipline, he takes that into his work and his life.
Good effort there by Francis. They're saving a 4. Definitely 4 runs that one, and he flung himself there and got a hand on that one and saving 3 runs. Darren Donner is saying here, let's go Mahaiko. Sam need to take the ball to put some pressure on the guy. So Darren is all the way
in England.
And he's enjoying our commentary here. And this one is flighted, and this one is swung back with a square. 4 runs. So a loose delivery here by Fordyce, probably trying to entice the batsman, but going a little bit too full, and it was dealt with in the appropriate manner.
Now, by the way in which this wicket is playing, Fordyce is supposed to be hitting the wicket. Let the ball react from the wicket, not just floating up the ball. Hit the wicket, let it react from. But I don't think he's bowling smart enough. No, he's hitting the wicket, and you see it kept low. You can't just float it, because he really doesn't really flight. He floats. All right, so there's not
another expansive sweep shot here by Richards, but stifle appeal, but umpire Brown has no interest in that.
There's not much that Dwayne Fordyce will get from that floating delivery that he bowls, because it's not a flighting delivery where there's no revolution on the ball to dip. In the scorer,
101. You hear that? There's a passionate supporter there. 101 for 3. Who we have here now? Dallas is again saying, Young Francis is very impressive. I hope he doesn't believe that the responsibilities lies on his shoulders. And I think that's what you were saying in not having him bowl too much.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, it can be too much for the youngster.
Mark, there's a question here for you. Jaman Roberts is asking, ask Mark Charles where's his partner Watley. This is a home game for him, and he was a player for both sides. Oh, okay. Well, I'm hearing that he has some transportation issues, but he has been in touch with us via the phone, so he's keeping in touch, and I'm sure if he logs on to the Facebook, he probably would even see your comment to Jaman, and he may wish to respond to you. But it's all good right here. We're here in the community of Freetown. You're watching live ACB Caribbean Dave Joseph 35 over competition semi-final match between the Mahaiko team and the Freetown team. Mahaiko winning the toss and batting first. They scored 187, and so far Mahaiko Freetown in response, they are 103 for 3. And a new bowler, as I said, Abdel, from what I saw earlier, I suspect that the bowling is pretty short for the Mahaiko team. And so this bowler here,
unless Ian is carrying an injury, I don't know why he's not bowling with the experience. Just like Aston Richards bowled, he doesn't know where to put the ball on the spot. That's all. He does not.
I'll try to get the name of the new bowler for you.
Nick Cornelius. Michael
Cornelius. A little slingy action. Coming a little more round arm sort of action here. Doesn't look. That's driven down the ground, and good feeling there by the youngster. It's Francis. Cleaver Martin is saying here, these two need to dig deep and bring this home. And once we get over the line, I think we will challenge a formidable police team. So a challenge is issued to the police team here. Cleaver Martin is saying that once these two continue to bat, they should bring it home. O'Malley Helliger is saying, wait, Tickle can't bowl. Well, a lot of cry there for Tickle. And here's Pete Beaton. Not really getting in line with the delivery, just waffling his bat there. Again outside the off stump, and again just waving his bat at the delivery. Pete is just clearing his front leg, not really getting in line with the delivery. So it's Cornelius again, a little round arm, and this one is much fuller and straight. And this time Lee is just tapping a bat onto it. So not very penetrative, the bowling, but seems to just try to hit a good line and a good length. This one is short and it's slapped in the gap. Backward a point, and it runs down, and they're going to get 2 runs quite easily. This one was short outside the off stump, and Lee just slapped it a little bit aerial, but he found the gap. And so 2 runs there, and so the score after over number 19. 106 for 3, and so Mahaiko Freetown not in any spot of bother at the moment. These two batsmen, 19 overs completed, 20 overs completed, and so another 15 overs, 106, so they need another 82 runs in 15 overs, so just about a little over 5 runs and over, so quite gettable. And somebody's Darren Dunning says Samantha needs to tell Tittle to take the ball. Otis Thomas is saying, can someone tell Samantha she's too loud? Otis Thomas, Marty. Otis, you know, she done ready for respond, you know. But I'll put a cap on she mouth like a while, so she will have one need. So Fordyce really trying hard for his team, trying to get a breakthrough, has not been successful so far. And this one is driven nicely by Richards. And they get one run. So good batting by this pair here, doing just as what Tittle and Evanson did for Mahaiko. They're replicating this for the Freetown team. And here is Lee going for a little hike. Not really timing the ball, but luckily for him, just going into no man's land there. Another single, however. Score goes up to 108. 108 for 3. Fordyce have 5 men on the offside. And here is Austin Richards just tapping it there. Brevin Payne again is saying, come on, Mahaiko, 1 wicket will do it. And this one is down the leg side, and umpire allowed appeal, but umpire Brown is not perturbed. He signals wide. So quite a lot of extras being bowled here by the Mahaiko team. They're going to rue this performance here with all these wides. So it's going to be Fordyce, and this one is nice and full, but driven with a straight bat here by Austin Richards Jr. to the long off position. So another single there. Coach Hughes, come in the house. You're the coach of the Mahaiko team. What do you tell them at this stage? How do you get them? What do you tell them at this stage to get them refocus as a coach? Just before you get into that, and so the end of over number 21, and the score 111 for 3, pursuing 188 for victory. Yes, coach. We have a timeout. What do you tell your team, Mahaiko, at this moment?
With the limit bowling that you have out there, one, Dwayne is not hitting the wicket, so that he doesn't really turn the ball, he just floats the ball. So if he bowl a length, in front of the batter instead of just floating the ball that would be one different that he can be effective. Ian has to take the ball. This guy, now he's bowling, now he's going to take the ball. So they're very limited. So it's not like you have a good option to choose from. But whereas Ian should have been the first choice before Nick and Cornelius. But he's now bowling, so we'll.
Well, Tittle is now into the attack. There's been a cry for Tittle by our viewers and our spectators, and now he finally comes into attack. He's bowling from the pavilion end. Cleve Cornelius is saying, Dwayne, the negative bowling is making it too easy for the batsmen. And O'Malley Hegler is saying it took Tittle long enough. So Ian Tittle seems to have the golden arm. He's been cried for. Let's see if he can do any damage here. And Pete Lee is watchful.
It's not so much. He understands the game. And when he understands the game, you know what to do. Yeah? And he does have the experience of. So I was really disappointed in him not bowling before he actually took the ball to bowl. It also reflects on when he normally bats down number 7 and 8 for the Mahaiko team, but he took the ball by the horn today, and he took the bull by the horn today and went to bat 4, and it reflects in him batting earlier, because he normally bats down 7, and so you're giving youngsters chance. The youngsters chance when the youngsters can do what you want them to do, and so if he took the ball earlier with experience, maybe could have eased Francis over a 2 a bit, and then we catch a win, the second win, he could come back from the back end and bowl. But when you're constantly bowling 5 overs at the age of 13, you know, it's a bit pressure on him. But Fordyce is still in the attack from the northern end, and he's bowling to a mid wicket deep on the fence. He got a deep back of the square on the fence, and there's a mid wicket also on the fence, and a cow corner. That's Pete was calling Richie, who didn't know where the ball was, but the keeper went and picked up the ball quickly enough and prevent the single. And Fordyce, I believe Fordyce should be hitting the wicket, and he's not really doing that, and so the ball doesn't. He doesn't really turn the ball, Fordyce. So his bet is on this wicket, is hitting the wicket. Again, he's just floating the ball there, right there to drive. He needs to pull back that length, pull back his length, and could be more effective with the length. But he's bowling the last over of his spell. Fordyce to Pete outside the off stump, and he misses.
Coach, after this over, I now want you to tell me, as the coach of the Freetown team, what you would be telling your batsmen at this stage of the game.
Well, at this stage of the game for Freetown is to bat, and know you have to bat the 35 overs, and you would want to find out how much runs you need to have and know what you need to get per over. And but it all hinges on Aston Richard Jr. and Pete Lee. One wicket can change the whole entire outlook of the game. So the Mahiko men still need to keep working, and I hope one wicket could come their way. So we're witnessing the second semi-final being played between Mahiko and Freetown at Freetown. Whereas Ian Tittle now is around the wicket to Aston Richard Jr. He defends, and there is no run picked up by the short mid-wicket fielder. Again missed by the keeper, and it shouldn't really be that, because the ball didn't do much, and you were getting that before the ball was really there, and so they run a bye. So there's a long off, long on, the cow corner, deep, and there's a man in the deep backward square, and extra cover on the fence. No cover point is coming in Malinga, and short third man is Stephen, and singles are very easy out there to have, but the Mahiko man got to stay focused. It only takes one ball to change the whole outlook of the game. So Ian Tittle is in a second over. Away from your phone. Your boy on my phone. Oh, what? You know what? Hey. Ian Tittle to Aston Richards. This one is tapped it into the mid cover, the cover region and run an easy single on Dean Evanson. So all the Freetown batters has to do is just go and get the singles, and the 4 runs will come eventually, or the 2 that will add up, and ball is tapped down to the short third man region, and there is no run. So the end of the 22nd over, 24th. So 11 more overs to get some. Score now is 115.
115 for 3. 115 for 3. So yes, Coach Hughes, I'm sorry, I just stepped away. What was you're the coach for the Freetown team at this stage of the game. What would you be telling these batsmen at this moment?
Yeah, just bat. They need to bat the 11 overs that is remained. Go and pick up the singles, and the 4 runs will come. They just need to tick over the strike instead of being bogged down. But as I said earlier, that this partnership is hinged on whether Freetown win the game or not. But the Mahiko men still can't give up because it only take 1 ball to change the whole fortune of the game.
Well, one of the things I like about this game, though, we're seeing experience coming to the forefront. And we would have seen in the Mahiko innings, Dean Evanson and Ian Tittle showing that. And now, again, we're seeing 2 veterans in Pete Lee and Austin Richards Jr. Demonstrating that for the Freetown team. And I remember in speaking to Ian Tittle earlier, he did say that they should have gotten to the 200 runs. And so with the amount of extras they have bowled, they definitely would have probably think they would have need to get to that 200 runs.
Yeah. Yeah, so we watch Malingo is back. This could be a challenge. This could be a challenge because he's a wicket-to-wicket bowler. But we'll see how Malingo spell and this is what, his 6th? His 6th, so he has 2, and Francis have 2. And Ian has 5 more to have. This is why I'm saying that Dwayne needed to hit the wicket instead of just floating, because these bowlers, guys, are not much faster than what Dwayne is bowling. And so if you hit the wicket, the ball can react from the seam and do whatever and can be done. But he just floating the ball there.
Well, this is why I had said at the start. I thought they would have been a little quicker bowler, but now seeing the stock for Francis is quick. Francis is, you could see he has that aggression, he has that approach. Well, just being told that he is under the tutelage of Ian Tittle, and I'm telling you, really love to see.
He really started with the T. Willie Foundation, but then he's now in the hands of Ian in the junior school. But he's been around for a while.
This one is off of the outer half of the bat. Back with a square, running close to the boundary. Does he have the legs to make it? No, he doesn't. And so they come back for 2 runs. So easy going for the Freetown team. They're not under any pressure to do anything rash. Just keep getting the odd boundaries here and there and getting the singles and the 2s when they can.
Yeah, it should be easy. But we know this game of cricket, it's a game of glorious and uncertainties, as Malinga about it is run. And I think the extras has haunted the Mahiko somewhat. And they came very early in the innings, the extras. So there wasn't enough pressure on the ball. The keeper making meal of it again.
5 wide, and I'm sure the extras and most of the wides might be coming close to a half century. It'd be interesting if we get a count on that, and then that has really been, and every wide you bowl is an extra delivery.
Yeah.
And so that has really been that has really been a Achilles heels for Mahaiko in this innings here. I know Darren Donner must be saying, oh my, if I had on those gloves, things would have been different. Yeah, dot ball. But lovely day for cricket, Coach Hughes. Really blue skies. The breeze has kind of quelled down a little now. Was a little bit more forceful earlier on. And this one is nicely into the block hole, but well dug out here by Austin Richards. And a single there. So no trouble at all for the Freetown batsmen. And so after over number 25, the score is 123 for 3. Remember, they're chasing 188 for victory, so they need a further 55 runs from 10 overs up there. So, as I said, pretty easy going. Pardon me? 10 overs left, 55 runs needed, so a pretty pedestrian pace needed to get these additional runs.
Yeah, easy going for the Freetown men. And they should be happy to have the batsman the like of Aston Richard Jr. at the crease. I think Pete Lee has batted pretty well. Very, very good. Well, knowing the Pete Lee that I know, this is a very subdued innings. And I'll give you credit because you say you see it in his body language earlier that he means business, but he really meant more business than I thought.
Yeah, he has really, from the start, he has really approached the innings with some level of determination, commitment. I remember when Dwayne Fordyce was heckling him at the start. You could see he walked away from Dwayne. He did not get into that exchange of words. He was focusing on what he needed to get done. Even in his stroke play, he was very disciplined. He wasn't being extravagant at start, and it really, even how he was walking, how he was carrying himself, told me that he really had an intent to bat as long as he can. And you see how good that is? 'Cause look at the effect of Dwayne Fordyce now. Dwayne Fordyce is no longer a mouthpiece on the field of play. I guess a little bit of dejection. He hasn't gotten any wicket, not going his way at the moment. But he has changed ends. No, that's Tittle.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tittle is still continuing. Fordyce is all the way on the boundary now, so he's not even under the batsman. And this one is pushed into the offside. No. And a good choice not to even try for that single.
Very good example of you having a game plan and you stick with the game plan because the opposition is.
This is into no man's land, and this is hiked into the wide lawn position, and 4 more runs. So excellent batting here by Austin Richards Jr. And really, Mahaiko, you could see that the winds have been knocked out of their sails at this moment.
Yeah, but they still can't give up. Cricket is a game of glories, and it certainly only take one ball to get a wicket that could change your whole fortune. Aston Richard happened to go repeatedly. It could be some pressure on.
This is excellent batting here by Austin Richards Jr. You just hit a 4, and here he is, not getting carried away, just pushing that into the offside. There wasn't a single to be had, but he was thinking of it. But very good batting here again. He's leaving that one alone. He has already hit a boundary, so he doesn't need to do anything rash at this moment.
Exactly.
That's a loud appeal and a hip and a ham and the keeper trying to effect a run out. I'm not even certain if he would have gotten the run out if he had hit. And 2 runs, an overthrow, leg by signal. So it was a stifle appeal, then a chance for a run out, and in the end, Freetown getting 2 leg buys. So Freetown, everything going in Freetown favor now. They're the home team, and it's looking good for them. This one is wide outside the off stump, and Austin Richards trying to cut it there, but missing. And so the end of another over. And so at the end of over number 26, the score is 129 for 3. 129 for 3. Remember, the target is 188. So a further 49 runs needed, according to my maths.
Yeah, as I say again, the Mahiko team men can't give up. I remember Mahiko lost 5 wickets on 102 against Newfield, and in the same competition. So you just keep on bowling and hope one ball could change. You know, can get a wicket and then things can change.
Let me make a slight correction. I did say it was 55. I think at that time it was really 65. So now it is now 59. So now it's 59 runs needed from the last 9 overs. So that's about 6 runs and over, a little over 6 runs and over. So the game is still poised in a good position. A wicket can make a difference, and I think the wicket of Austin Richards is premium at this time. Peatley has been batting pretty well, but he has not been as positive as Austin Richards. So, but I guess Mahiko will take a wicket any which way they can. And this one is hiked over the infield, and they get a single. Now Peatley wants to get 2 out of nothing. So the left-handed Austin Richards really playing for his team, really batting, and we have a replica performances by seniors as around the wicket for the left-hander. This one is driven nicely to Evanson, and Evanson picking it up nice. A dot ball. Mahiko is going to need a lot more of these to put some pressure onto the Freetown batsmen. Oh, chance here. This was driven straight to the man there in the extra cover region there, Evanson, and he put that one down. Coach Hughes, I think that one should have been taken.
That's a wicket that changed the whole fortune of the game, and what else can you say? You got yourself to blame. It was hit good, but it went straight into the palms, nice level, nice height, and he spilled it. So Malinga is trying again.
And this one is hiked, nice. It gone full, handsomely over the mid-wicket boundary. So paying amends for that drop catch there, and Peatley opening his shoulders and hiking that over the mid-wicket region for 6. And so the score rattles on to 137. So a costly miss here by Dean Evanson, and looks like they're going to rule that chance, as Coach Hughes said. That could be the game.
There was a hefty shot played by Peatley. Oh.
And now the bowler being a bit unsettled there and bowling that way down the leg side. Good stop by the keeper. Scorers, when you get a chance, no hurry. If you could just give us the wide, just the wide, not the extras, the wide tally. I'm sure we have to have over 30 wides there. 36. Wow. And here is Lee again going for a hike on the onside, but missing it. But Austin Richards again, quite aware and calling through Peatley for a leg bye. So again, Coach Hughes, we're seeing the experience of the batters coming to the forefront here.
Yes. Austin Richards Jr. is really piloting the innings and forcing Peatley for singles, which he would normally run, and making the game easy. Oh, well, ball was kept low, but Austin was to the measure of it and the end of the over. So The score now is 139 for 3.
So 8 overs left. Another 49 runs needed.
From
So,
8.
yeah, six runs and over. So not too challenging.
Not too challenging, but I'm still saying that 1 wicket can change. And the whole look of the game. Mahaika lost 5 wickets on 102 this year against Newfield. So anything can happen in a cricket game.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, and the spectators are coming out now. They're on the boundary line. They're issuing their instructions and their guidance. You know, they say cricket is best played off the field of play. You play all the cricket shots. But remember, you're watching live cricket from the Freetown Cricket Field via the ACB Caribbean Parish League Network. You can find us on our YouTube channel, our Facebook channel, and also our Instagram channel. And we're bringing you live coverage of the ACB Caribbean Dave Joseph 35 over semi-final game between the Mahaiko team and the Freetown team. And I'm in the presence here with Coach Abdel Hughes, myself bringing live coverage to you. We also have our technician Mark Charles in the background, bringing you all the different angles, different scenery. We have Auden on the camera, following all the deliveries here. And
That's it.
quick single again. We're seeing these veterans measuring, knowing where they can take the advantage. And our scorers, we have Samantha and Gardner here ably assisting us, and so we're really thankful for their assistance here, keeping you as informed as we can. So it's Tittle. He has a long on and a long off, mid wicket, short, mid off, mid on, man, short, third man. This one is full, and then looking for a single, but no single there. So Tittle trying to reach into his bag of experience, trying to pry one of these batsmen out. And this one, he's clobbering it down the pitch, down the wicket, and that goes into the boundary. That was hit real hard. It was a short delivery, and Austin Richards pounced on it, and 4 more runs to the Freetown team. So Tittle again coming out, and this one now he's having a swing at it, getting more of an inside edge on the bat. And Austin Richards 1-2, and they get to the wrong end, and so not out of it. Well, I shouldn't say of it. Not out given by the umpire. I think the fieldsman threw it to the wrong end there. Abdel, he had to target Pete Lee end. Pete Lee obviously was struggling, but he went to Austin Richards end, and Austin was able to beat that throw in.
Well,
this one is kind of choking him, but getting back and steering it into a point region there, and no run. Richards wanted the single, but Lee had no interest in that at all. And on the edge now, and that's going past the off stump through the keeper's leg and getting a single. So everything going in favor. Bye. Wow, I thought that had hit the bat, the on edge of the bat. So correction there, it's a bye. So everything going in favor. Where it says fortune favors the brave, coach.
Yeah, and the keeper is really making a meal of everything behind the wicket. It's not very good keeping, and we see again some bad cricket being played in the semi-finals against CV Farm and Police. CV Farm was very poor in the field, and the Mahaiko men are giving so many extras in the semi-final. It's really coming back to hurt them.
Yeah, well, when you bowl 36 wides, that's 36 extra deliveries you bowl. You bowl 6 extra overs already. And you're giving them 40.
Well, the 46 extras won't be that. They could be bowling 1-5, yeah.
Well, that's true.
But I mean, no. Again, when you look at a 13-year-old having this pressure to bowl to Aston Richard Jr. and a Pete who's vast experience, it's too much for a young man to do.
And not only vast experience, they've been batting for quite a while, so they're basically confident. They've seen the ball as big as a breadfruit, I would assume.
That's right.
And so it's quite a bit of a challenge.
I think they.
But coach, here's my analogy again. I could be wrong, and you could correct me or share your viewpoint here. I would have my fieldsmen a little bit tighter here. I would not be giving away the easy single. I think you have to put a little pressure on the batsmen. You have to force them to play something a little bit out of the ordinary. And so I would probably have an extra man in the circle trying to keep. Oh, and he's bowled him. He has bowled him. So Francis coming around the wicket. And there was Austin Richards going for an elaborate drive. I don't think that was really needed. They had quite a bit of runs in the last over. And, well, what can you say about that 13-year-old with all that pressure, as you said, on his shoulder?
I mean, kudos. I mean, as I say, who knows how the game can go now, because Peatley is not the best runner. So if he gets some, Harrell is not the best runner either. So the singles are not going to be easily had. So now they're going to force now to hit boundaries. So we're going to see how these two handle the pressure. We've seen the 13-year-old has handled it like a man. But we'll see.
Scorers, when you get a chance, let me know what the partnership was between these two batsmen. Okay, we're going to try and find out that for you. And Dallas is saying, an old saying, catches win matches. Mahaika will need to try and take every half chance is given. Also, they need to put their bodies on the line to stop every single. So that's great advice coming from Dallas Thomas there.
And then and just to add to what Dallas said, after Dean Evanson, Richie, Aston Richards in the covers, there's probably some 20 runs scored. Yeah, so Harrell will have to come and score that 20 runs, which Dean Evans has allowed the partnership to score. So, you know, but the young 13-year-old has really handled himself pretty well. And Harrell is not the one who's going to push around for singles. But they still got to have the long off and long on out to protect, because he's going to go. He's going to go.
Yeah, but at this stage of Harrell's career, I don't see him going to hit anything on the offside. I think he's going to be looking to tug everything.
That's right. That's
so
right.
I would not. I would put a man at mid off and force him to play that shot over the mid off. I like where Fordyce is, just halfway in between. That one is down the leg side. Down the leg side, not the delivery that you'd want for the first.
Extras again. Extras,
yeah. There we have. There's a lot of extras here. But anyway, let's see. This one is on the pad and turned straight into the man there in the mid-wicket region. Dean Evanson.
And I know we're talking how the cricket should be played, but we have to see the quality of bowlers that we have for the field that you want. Yeah? So, excuse me.
Oh, that's lovely. That is hit with some level of authority, and that goes all the way. So Harrell opening his shoulders early in his innings and getting a full delivery and depositing that over the long on boundary.
That's Harrell. He's not going to push him over singles. So if he gets through, well, Freetown could come home safe and sound, but Fordyce is already bowled out. Ian has what, some 4 more overs? And 3 more.
So, guys, who was asking about the partnership between Austin Richards and...
Caught behind. And yes, and Harrell goes, but the same 13-year-old has handled this pressure bigger than I thought better than I thought he could. But there again, he comes back and take a crucial wicket, because I know Harrell is not going to push for the singles. He's going to go. Now, it's also even more crucial because Nathaniel, he cannot run, and he cannot hit the ball. So he's going to force Peatley to go. So it still could come down to the nitty-gritty. I'm telling you.
Well, for those who are asking the partnership between Richards and Peatley was 103. So just a little bit short of what Tittle and Evanson did, but very effective anyway. And you heard Coach Hughes' analysis there a while ago, saying that he thinks there's going to be some challenge now with Nathaniel, who is not probably one of the better runners you'll find at any given time at this stage now. And so he's predicting that there could be some challenge in getting the singles, and so that would reflect some pressure on Peatley in wanting to be a bit more assertive in his batting. Cleaver Martin is saying, if Harrell can stay for 5 overs, I think we'll get there. Well, I don't think he stayed for 5 balls.
What's the score? 4 overs. 154 for 5.
Well, it's going to be Young
overs
Francis into Nathaniel. And Nathaniel is chipping that one down the wicket. Nathaniel getting in early and going down the wicket. And so a single to end the over, and Mahaiko may not mind that single off of the last ball, getting and keeping Nathaniel on strike there. What's the score there?
120.
Okay, we're just trying to get you a score update. Just give us a sec there.
So as I was saying, Mahaiko just need to get 1 wicket. Now Aston Richards has gone. Harrell came and went, and so Saminat is not the best of runner, and he is not an aggressor. No, he's not an aggressive batman. So he's gonna force Peatley to play out of the character that he's playing presently. So we will still see. We'll still have a game on our hands here. As I keep on saying, there's 1 ball change the fortune of a game, and there we have.
But I'm watching this field. You're telling me, but I see about 4 men on the boundary for Nathaniel. Now 5. I see 4 dice going back. So I think the thinking is much different.
And this one, Nathaniel just topped it. And fielder by Ian Tittle. Again, this one is right in the black hole, and Nathaniel is trying to look a single that he himself cannot run, but the pressure of cricket is such that the mind is telling you to do one thing in your body. You really cannot prevent a ball which it turns off the pad, and this time he ran a single, and so Peatley now will be in strike with against Ian Tittle.
We have another supporter online back in Mahaiko. That's Carol. Hey, good afternoon, Carol. How are you doing? Good to have you in the house. Oh, Carol is placing a bet. Wow, Carol, let's hear what that bet is. Let's hear what that bet is, Carol. So it's Tittle to Peatley, and Peatley is just tapping that. Somebody's phone. So it's Ian Tittle trying to do something for the Mahaiko team as he comes into Peatley, who has other intention. And this one, Peatley is going for a big heave across the line, and looks coming up with nothing. And so Mr. Manners. I know that is was that a chance there? Did he edge that?
Yes, he was dropped behind the wicket.
He is dropped behind, so another chance going down for Mahaiko. So the pressure is on both teams at the moment. Freetown, the scoring has started dried up since the departure of
Aston Richards,
and Mahaiko still not taking their catches. So 156 from 30 overs, so a further 32 runs needed from 5 overs. So this game is still poised, still even. Well, I wouldn't say even. I'm still going to give the edge to Freetown, I think with sensible cricket, they should be able to take it over the line. But
30
we all know,
balls, 30 runs.
As-
30 legal ball, 32 runs.
as Coach Hughes says, cricket is a very
And John, this little 13-year-old has really stepped up to the plate after bowling Aston Richards Jr. and then gotten the wicket of Harlal caught behind.
but not only that, Coach Hughes, he was just hit for a huge 6.
Yes.
And he
yeah.
did not lose his composure. He went right back up there and he said, hey, you got to do it again.
Right.
And, you know.
But then it was a bit wider than the first one and he hit. And so that's good thinking from Francis as he bowled to Nathaniel. His pitch on the stump, he's trying to charge him. He's trying to charge the young man, but the young man...
There is a lot of animation here, guys. The community is here. The support is here. There's a lot of crying out here as the young Francis over the wicket. And this one is nicely hit down the ground to the man on the mid-on position, and a single is had. 157.
So you got 28 balls, legal ball to get 31 runs.
157 for 6 or 5? For 5. And this one kept all along the ground. And all along the ground, going nowhere. And luckily the keeper was able to stop it, but it didn't look like he hit a good part of his body. He's grimacing in some pain.
That's what it called taking one for the team, and they have let so many go, so many goals by for the team. So Francis to Peatley. He jumps into a shot.
That was a shot.
One is misses and even misses.
And look at his chance now.
I've never seen nothing like
And
this in
this
my life.
is a comedy of error by the Mahaiko team. There was Peatley swinging across the line, missed it, went through the keeper's leg, and Stephen Fane picking up, actually missing it at the first attempt, and then with a little feeble throw in, and the batsmen are able to get through for a bye. So Darren Donner is saying here, let's go Mahaiko, we're still in the game.
Well done, Francis.
And Carol Martin, Isaiah Bruni, that's young Malinga Bruni's father, is saying, let's go Mahaiko. Carol Martin has put 500. Mark, is that 500 US, 500 pound or 500 euro? Oh, euro, okay. And Darren Donner is saying, come on, guys.
Oh, dropped on the pad and he's looking for a single, but Stephen comes across and pick up the ball and
Look, this field is too deep. If Peatley is backing up, they can get these singles. These guys are too deep. Well, you're hearing all the commentary outside of the ground here. Stephen again, really not very impressive by Stephen, really feeble effort in the field, but again, maybe Mahaiko may not mind that. A run off of the last delivery. So let's get you the score update.
So you got 20...
159 for 5,
4 balls,
and we have 4 overs left. So that's what? That's 39? 29 from 4. So 29 runs, 24 legal deliveries. Cleaver Martin is saying that is 500 Bolivias. So Carol Martin again is saying, come on guys, keep it tight.
this game called cricket is a game of glorious and uncertainty, John.
Coach, I don't think you need for this batsman. I don't think you need a man on the boundary in that position there. That's a wasted fieldsman. But there's a single, so that's all that Freetown needs at this moment. Just getting the singles, and once they can do that, it should be easier for them. But obviously, Freetown has a different. Mahaiko has a different objective, as Tittle, just about 3 steps into Lee, and Lee is cracking that little aerial, drop his shot, and Bruni misfeeling that.
Got to be run out. Got to be run out.
And another opportunity, and look here, the keeper is injured again, and so 3 runs. This keeper is having a tough and a torrid time behind the wicket, and he was injured, so 3 runs there. And so this game is really having its twists and turns. The spectators are getting into it, and we have a Glee Stewart saying, "Let's go, my coach." So I guess he's I guess he's talking about Ian Tittle there. Otis Smith is saying, "Experienced Sammy." Darren Donner is saying, "Tight over." Then Donner obviously very disappointed in what he just saw, said, "Give me a break." But this is cricket, and these things do happen. A lot of pressure being placed on the keeper as he hobbles off of the field of play, not having one of the better games, filling in for Darren Donner. So Darren, I think we're going to put the pressure on you now. You caused this by not being here.
John, Willis is to be a Freetown player.
The keeper name is what?
Yeah, Wilson.
Wilson.
He used to play for Freetown.
Brevin Payne is saying, "What a shopkeeper." And Glee Stewart is saying, "Keeper giving away the game."
Oh, man.
Carol Martin says, "Exciting game. Great coverage, Mark Charles." So Mark getting some big up here. But the coverage, yes, we have to always recognize our backroom staff.
So you got 6.
Orden is on the camera trying to follow the game. And this one is well played by the batsman here, running it down to a short third man. Stephen Fain definitely doesn't have any arm. He just flicks those ball in. And so another single there to the Freetown team. Score goes up to 162. 164. This one is cracked behind square again, and this might be 2 more runs or 3. Can it get to the boundary? Here comes Fain. We know Fain has no throwing arm, but he gets a lovely throw in this time. And 2 more runs to the score. 166. 166. 22 more runs needed. Coach Hughes, where's this going?
Still going to come down to the wire. It's a 1 wicket. 1 wicket can still change everything.
And there's a miss there by Peatley. And Dallas is saying here, a comedy of errors. I was talking about those half chances earlier. O'Malley Helliger is saying, "This is crazy."
Yeah, the keeper really makes some really huge mistake.
All right, so we have completed over number 32. And the score is 166. 166.
20 to run from 18 balls.
22
balls.
from 18 legal deliveries. Does scorer, can you give me an update on Pete's score? Akash Joseph wants to know what is Pete's score. How much? How much you have? 45? How much you have? So Peatley has his 50. Peatley is on 52. For those who were asking, Peatley is on 52. So is that Bruni coming back?
No.
Oh, that's Joseph. Oh, Bruni bowled out. So that's Joseph. Glee Stewart is saying, "Newfield, we're missing out on this sweet semi-final." So Glee Stewart, obviously a fan of Newfield, probably thinking that Newfield should have been in this one here. So it's going to be Joseph to Nathaniel. And that one is helped on the leg side, and that's going to run into the boundary, I believe. And feeble effort there by the man on the boundary there. That should have been stopped, I believe. The game is on the line. You have to throw your body. And so 4 runs to the batter, Nathaniel. So good start for Freetown. So now 18 needed from 17 deliveries. Coach Hughes, where's your money on?
It's looking dicey now.
So it's Joseph again.
Small look like Freetown.
Tittle is being very animated on the field of play as Joseph comes over the wicket. And again, this one is a little down the leg and it's pulled into the mid-wicket region. And so a single. So 5 runs from the first 2 deliveries. Good start for the Freetown to this. So we have 17 runs from 16 legal deliveries. So Glee Stewart tells me he's a player. Okay, Glee. Good to have you on our coverage here.
Mahaiko plays some real bad cricket. The keeper. Oh, Dwayne. It's another by 4 by.
More extras again.
4 by, and there goes the game. Look here.
More extras, and so the game is slipping away. So Glee says he's a player. Cleaver Martin giving Pete Lee, saying well done Pete on his half century. Brevon is saying game till good. Well, with those extras, I'm uncertain. So the score is now 174. So 14 runs needed in about, 15 deliveries also. Here comes Joseph. Has not been able to find his line and length in this spell. And this one is hiked, and it comes off an outside edge, and it's going to run into the fine leg boundary, and 4 more runs. So it's all going Freetown way now. There was Pete swinging across the line and getting an edge, and the ball going over the boundary rope, over the man at the short 3rd man position, and it looks like a no ball also. So a no ball. So Mahaiko really, the extras are going to bury them, and they would have only themselves to rue for this loss, bowling over 30 plus wides and another bunch of extras. Cleaver Martin is saying lot of shopkeeper on this Mahaiko team. So 179. What's the score? 180. So 180, and this is a free hit. So this one is coming easy. The sun has set, and we are now. And this one is going down the leg side again and keeping low, but a leg by there. So another run added to the tally. 181. Coach Hughes, I think we can safely say.
Yeah, Freetown has had this one in the bag. With some
wow, there you see. Arden, I want you to grab a picture of one of the supporter right on the boundary line when you get a chance. Really passionate about their game. And this one is slapped to a mid-off position, and they get an easy single. And
well done, Francis.
Francis hitting the wicket. The youngster, really. Arden, can you get a little glimpse of this lady on the boundary line? Show our viewers how they support their cricket in Freetown. And here she's clapping. She's happy to see Freetown looking like they have this one in the bag. This is what community cricket is about, Abdel. Village cricket, they used to call it. Yes, this is what village cricket is about.
Rose is a real ardent supporter of Freetown's cricket.
All right, so that's Rose there for you. Joseph into Pete Lee. And again, this one is hiked. It's going to fall short of the man. Can they come back for 2? They're running hard.
There must be a run out this time.
And again, thrown to the wrong end.
Comes in.
And 2 runs, so the score goes up to 183. Am I correct there? 183 for 5. So 5 more runs needed. 12. 180. So it's 184. What is it go? 180. 184. So it's 184. It's 184. So Abdel, 4 runs from 12 deliveries.
Yeah, it's easy. It's easy. As a Freetown game.
So 4 runs, 184. 4 runs from 12 legal deliveries. Even the youngsters are on the boundary rope. They're all getting ready to run onto the field and support their countrymen. Is that umpire? Is that Paget out there?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So the Freetown community is here. So you're hearing all the instructions being given out. And there's a chance and a misfield here by Dean Evans. So a single, 3 more runs needed. Mahaiko, I must say, Abdel, they were short on bowling today. Maybe short an extra 20 runs or so in the batting. And really the keeping and the bowlers bowl a lot of wide. So it's Tittle into Nathaniel. And that one again is down the leg side. Another wide again. So more wide again. So 2 more runs needed. So Mahaiko making this very easy for the Freetown team. And so the semifinals, the finals is almost booked. It's definitely going to be Mahaiko, sorry, not Mahaiko, but it's going to be Freetown and the police team. The scores are level now, 187 for 5. So 1 run needed.
One run.
Peatley has batted through the innings, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Yes, and that determination, that commitment has paid off for the Freetown team. And this one, he's going back and just tapping that. Surprisingly, they still have all the men at the boundary with 1 delivery to go, but I guess they've given up. Here's Tittle, and that one is coming off. Maybe the gloves, and there it goes behind square, and so that's it. Freetown, congratulations to the Freetown team. They have won the game 188 for 5, Nathaniel. And so next week, definitely, it will be Freetown and the police team into the finals. Mark. Freetown and police, Abdel Hughes, into the finals next week.
Yes, the Mahaiko team really let down their own self with so many. If you could get the wides on the extras for me, please. With the amount of extras. How much? Into 38 wides.
Buys 1, 2, 3, 7.
So there's and 7 45 extras. When you're gonna give away 45 extras in a semi-final game, you know, it doesn't really speaks value as to the type of cricket that you want to play. Normally, the semi-final is the best game that you will eventually play until you get to the semi-finals, but then until you get to the finals. But with the type of display that the Mahaiko men display, it was just poor. But to the yeah, he bowled well and he batted well and he fielded brilliant here. Yes, sir. Yeah. But it was a good game in the end. That the Freetown men came out victorious, and the innings between Peatley and Aston Richards Jr., some 103 partnership, really set up the game for a win. And So
Some comments here quickly. Reverend is saying, Dean, butter in your hand. Otis Thomas, congratulations. John Paul, congratulations. Well done, guys. That's coming from Akash, Clarence, Frederick,
played.
congratulations, Freetown, Cleaver Martin, well done, boys, and Hazel Phillip, congratulations. All right, so we have Pete Lee here. Pete, come on, man. Good innings, my brother. Pete. Ladies and gentlemen, there you had it from Pete Lee. Pete Lee, sorry about that. I understand the mic wasn't coming through too clearly. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. But Pete was just speaking about how the wicket was played. He said it was very, very slow and it was very challenging, but his intention was to bat for at least 20 overs to pace the innings and to help him going. All right, we're going to have the captain of the Freetown, the police team. He looked like he's trembling because, now we have to face Freetown. He looked like he's trembling. I don't know why he's trembling. Maryland, first of all, before going further, congratulations on a fantastic century yesterday. I think it's the first and maybe only century so far for the Parish League tournament.
Thank you very much, sir.
How was batting yesterday? How was the pitch playing? How did you feel in the wicket?
It wasn't easy. I prayed a lot while I was batting. Asked the Lord to direct my bat, and that's what I did.
All right, so you came victorious yesterday. You booked your spot into the semi-final. I saw you brought your whole entourage here, a whole bus load. Police and supporters are here, coming to scout out. Now that you know that you're facing the Freetown team in the finals next week, what is the preparation going to be like in the week ahead?
Well, firstly, we decided as a team we were just coming to relax and enjoy watching the semi-finals. That's it. All right. Looking forward to Saturday. We just going to go out. Train for the rest of the week and prepare for Saturday. That's it.
All right. You would have faced Freetown in the preliminaries. Is there any major adjustment that your team will be doing going forward into the finals against them?
No. Reason being, we have played quite a few finals against Freetown. So to be honest, it's no surprise actually. They do have a fighting spirit when it comes down to these type of situations actually.
All right, and I guess we don't know yet where the venue will be. I understand it's normally a neutral venue, so I can only assume it may be, I don't know what other venue, maybe it might be Seaver Farm. I may assume in terms of a centrality. Do you have any preference in terms of a venue for the finals?
The preference would be the best grounds. That would be Police Recreational Grounds.
Well, I would suspect that, but bear in mind, what I heard it's normally neutrality. So I'm assuming the most neutral ground that the Parish League uses would be Seaview Farm. So that may be a choice. But I guess to you, it doesn't matter. You've won on most pitches that you've played, and so far perfect innings. What is the mood like in the camp of the police team?
To be honest, even on the drive come up here, them guys were like, Murray, Monday to Thursday, we hit the pitch and the nets hard Monday to Thursday. We're going back to the drawing board and prepare for the finals. So that's what the mood has been like.
Well, Marilyn, we want to take this opportunity to wish you and your team all the best, and I hope that we can have a good finals coming up next week, and may the best team win.
Thank you very much.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, there you had it from the police team. I was trying to get the little youngster, 13-year-old, but they're having a little team meeting, and so I'm going to try and give you a little rundown of the scorecard, if I can, quickly. So, this is the Mahaiko innings. So, let's see. So, Freetown, they were chasing 188 for victory. Neil Thomas, he was LBW, bowled, beat Joseph for 2. Peatley, he carried his bat through the innings, played a wonderful innings, paced the innings pretty well. He was not out on 57. Dylan Willis, he was caught by T. Austin, bowled N. Bruni. Okay, that's Bruni. He made 3. And then Yannick Watley, he was bowled by Francis for 6. Austin Richards, he was bowled by Francis for 45. Austin Richards also played a very good hand. He and Peatley had a partnership of 103. Geetish Harrell came in, hit a 6, and then he was caught. He made 6. And Nathaniel, he came in and played a useful hand, getting the singles, hitting a boundary there. He was 14 not out, and so in the end, Freetown comfortably getting home, 188 for 5. Malinga Bruni had 7 overs, 1 wicket, 40 runs. B. Joseph, he had 5 overs, 1 wicket, 31 runs. He started well, but then he lost his line and length, bowled quite a bit of wides in his innings. T. Francis, he bowled 7 overs, 3 wickets, 47 runs. That's the young 13-year-old, so credit must go to him. He bowled well, he fielded well, and he had a little good stint at the bat also. Dwayne Fordyce, 7 overs, 25 runs, no wicket. Cornelius had 1 over for 5 runs, and Ian Tittle, he had 6.5 overs for 25 runs. And so Freetown eventually being comprehensive in their victory over the Mahaiko team. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it was indeed our pleasure bringing you live coverage here from the Freetown community here, Freetown Village. And so on behalf of our technician, our cameraman, our scorers, my fellow commentator Abdel Hughes, I am Leroy John Baptist signing off, and we will be back next week, Saturday, with the finals. It's going to be Freetown versus Police, and the venue, obviously, that will be decided shortly. And so look out on our platforms, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram for more information coming up. So remember, stay safe, and it was indeed our pleasure bringing you live coverage here from the Freetown community.